Hello, my heroes and villains. It is me, the illustrious Saus's Grand Tomato Slime Extraordinaire, and we are back in Honkai Impact 3rd. I didn't know if there was an update. we're a little later than we're starting a little late, but it's fine. Everything's gonna be okay. But yeah, hopefully we don't take too much longer. It's about over. The panic that I had when I got into this and saw a 23 and it was seconds, luckily, but I thought it was minutes. When I hit the go live, I almost died. But yeah, we're a little late. It's okay. Everything's fine. I don't care about the fucking open world. Stop telling me about it. I know it's there. I don't care. I don't want to do it. I've done stuff in it. But yes, anyway. We're back. We finished the first part of this Seal of Dominion arc last time. And we're gonna be going with this one now. Look, she's all judge-like this time. We might only do one, we might finish both. It depends how long they are. Because like with Fuhua's, the two of these, the equivalent, were much shorter than the first one. So we'll see. But I'm really excited. Like, Sela left a really big impact on me, especially Red Sela last time. So I'm really, really excited to see where they go with that here, especially her interacting with the rest of the crew. If she does, at the very least, I'm sure we'll get more Bronya interactions. And then I want to see where Dominance goes. Because, like, Solo Stage kind of, like, had a whole arc to it, but obviously there's, like, 2 other chapters left. So I'm very excited to see where they continue on. If I pause weirdly, it's either because I'm thinking like I normally do, or I am unfortunately going to be grinding Grand Blue during this stream on my phone. So if I get a little distracted, that's why. Because like half of my crew didn't participate in Dread Barrage. Yay! But yeah, let us dive in. I gotta blow my nose first. Ah, better. Rustling sounds rose. Noises soon filled the entire space. Clanks of hard objects colliding, clicks of joints twisting, and thuds of wooden blocks rubbing against each other. No light, no heat. No light, no heat, no life, and no senses. Like a droplet falling into dead water, a strange noise set off infinite ripples. Heya, heya, it echoes on its own. Clanks of hard objects colliding, clicks of joints twisting. I'm just picturing that one robot song, the Chop Shop, which is like 10 seconds long, but lives infinitely in my head. And thuds of thousands of wooden blocks rubbing against each other. The noises took over the void space. Silence! Silence! The gavel hit the table hard. Hey, why are you sitting up there? Get down! First, as per convention, today is the day we share the developments and devise a plan for the next phase. I said a share, just the same every time. A little mystery here, a little sabotage there. Yeah, nothing but the monkey business. Well, sure, and we're supposed to destroy the worm civilization. Another day, another quarrel. I got another business to tend to. Just let me know the gist of the meeting after. Huh? Who are you? Do I know you? No one listened to the judge panel. Everyone was busy playing their own part on the stage in the theater of domination. Maybe it was far more interesting than playing themselves in their miserable real lives. This week we destroyed 32 power plants and caused blackouts and traffic jams in more than 20 cities. So this is what they were, this is the stuff that I think specifically Durandal and Rita were talking about at the beginning of the last chapter, where there's a bunch of weird stuff going on in a bunch of cities that are too far apart to be connected, but are too, like, the same to not be. Mr. Landon, I'm sure you'll be delighted to learn your hometown was on the list. You never liked it. Look closely, I'm not him. He sits across. No, that's not him either. He was taken out by Valkyries long ago. 11 major corporations went bankrupt because of us, including the one owned by Arthur's father. Shout out to Arthur. You know what? You know what? Maybe they're not that bad after all. Oh, wasn't he always whining about his father had no time for family? Now his father won't have to work anymore. Two countries have resolved the armed conflict after failing to solve the security disturbances we created. If all goes well, we can even expect civil wars. So, this is really interesting in the way they're Hershering, right? All the other Hershers so far have been like big cataclysmic events. Ice was like a global freeze. Stars was, you know, meteors and the earth shattering and rumbling. Void was literally just chucking rocks at us. And then wind, like, you know, where wind would have been catastrophic gales, like eroding the entire world. This Hersher is the idea of what if there was a just completely organized group in the world trying to undermine everything and destroy civilization. The amount that a group of this scale, the amount of chaos they can create just by doing little things overall will escalate to higher and higher conflicts. Because the world is deeply connected. So, like, shattering the way things are going here, there, over here, over there, you know, in, like, all these places at once, is going to cause a massive disruption that, especially if it escalates to wars, will end everything. All you need is one or two people, in a parliament, like, everywhere in the world to sow enough discord to really start it. Huh. What is it truly are doing? I feel like things would turn out this way even without us. No, it definitely is. Don't dwell on it. He said we did it, so we'll just take credit for it. There were a few setbacks in the way. Damn the Valkyries! We lost many partners. They were recycled, disassembled, and I'll just stop here. So, this is implying that when we defeat one part of the Hersher of domination, another one is able to grow, like, from that part. And that's interesting because it means it's unending. And you can't just defeat the one like we've been doing so far. How are we going to beat them? Because the core is distributed among all of them too. Like, if we destroy this base, maybe will it defeat them? Because it can't be that we're gonna, like, blow them all up. There's too many of them. But their sacrifices won't be in vain. We're getting closer to our goal every single day. This also, though, like, because of that, it shows how much... How would I word this? How big a threat the, like, the Honkai are in general, because the Hersher are extremely diverse. You can't just have one way of dealing with them. The Honkai themselves, they're big mindless beasts for the most part. They're a threat in that any kaiju is a threat. But the Valkyries will eventually beat them. But as we saw with the previous era, the way these Hershers work and how many of them there are and the different ways they do things, eventually they will just whittle you down to where you can't do anything. Ones like this and Corruption are incredibly potent just because you can't just swing a sword and fix it. Corruption we know was eventually sealed, but I don't know how. I don't actually know the mechanism they used to seal that. I think it never got out of the Mantis base, but it ravaged it. But yeah, like, are we gonna just seal them? I guess we could, if we could sever their connection to be able to leave this space, that would also work. Rather than destroying it. But yeah, I'm definitely interested to see how they deal with it. It's probably gonna be Sela and or Bronir related. But like I could see like Kiana's power as the Hersher of the Void being useful here, maybe to like if they're able to control the way, either like put into place ways that they can't, if they try to get into the space they'll just like pop out somewhere else, or just remove it entirely. But I don't think that's actually how the Hersher of the Void works. And I don't think Kiana could sustain all of like a portal like that forever. I hope we can maintain this momentum and keep up the good work. The world shall soon kneel before us. A big round of applause came from the auditorium. It's finally ending! Now is the time to figure our next move. I have a proposal. Someone stood up. Oh, excuse me. We've taken the Hersher of Reason's power. We should do the same to other Hershers and teach the traitors a lesson. That would go a long way, because they can use the Hersher of Reason's power. The time is right will declare one anti-entropy, Shixel and World Serpent. I don't think Shixel currently has any Hershers in their employ. Like, obviously Otto was like working on them and investigating them, and I guess he could have plans and stuff there, but yeah, because everyone that was part of it has left. The World Serpent is May, but all the other living Hershers are with anti-entropy. Yeah, let those bastards know what we've got. World Serpent, never heard of it. Are you serious? Use your brain and check up now. I object. Another one stood up. We're yet to fully harness the Hersher of Reason's power. We should stick to our guerrilla strategy as we learn more. That's fair. Yeah, we can't even start the tank around. We won't stand a chance in there anymore. God, if we don't change our strategy, we'll be picked off one by one. I should have gotten makeup juice before I started. Blind frontal attack is no different from suicide. Are you saying we're no match for them head to head? The excited one charged the calm one, and the two started to brawl. Oh, fight! Fight! Whoa, that one must have hurt. Who do you have your money on this time? Looks like fun, I want in. The two tussled with each other as more and more joined them. Silence! Silence! Here we have a point, but we need a clear direction. As per tradition, we shall vote on it. Everyone stopped all at once. Those in favor of a frontal assault, raise your hand. Some raised their hands. Those in favor of continued social order disturbances, raise your hand. Some others raised their hand. I feel like some have raised their hand twice. Never mind, the result is out. Our next step is to continue upsetting the social order. That was close. Got me nervous for a second. Chicken! Silence! Silence! You can all rest assured that our approach may vary, but the final outcome will be the same. We're showing everyone what this world really is, shredding its facade and revealing its true nature. The final victory is ours for the taking, because there is no cure for this corrupted world. As for anti-entropy, Shixel and the World Serpent. Once humanity realizes their visions are just pipe dreams, those clowns will pay a dear price without us lifting a finger. But what if we believe in victory and hold a determination to fist? May. The story trail Balsu must be deployed. Right, okay. So why do I have to interact with it? Apart from the required, you can also deploy your own battlesuit. Well, that is unfortunate. It won't actually let me pick. It says I can add more, but I sure, like, I can't. Oh well, okay, whatever. Looking at the street corner, this bar was almost invisible, if not for the dim and pale light. The burgundy on the right. Push it in. Before the wine rack, May and Raven stood next to each other. May followed the instruction and nudged the bottle. With a creaking sound, a screen emerged. Oh, I didn't even say which bottle. Not many can tell these wine varieties apart. No need. The bottle with the least dust must be it. Very perceptive. I see you're getting used to life here. Having traveled with the World Serpent for a while, May now appreciate why it could stay under the radar for so long. Appreciated, I guess? Surveillance cameras everywhere, interlinked hidden passages, shady areas few dared to set foot on. Life here has a full set of rules. It's like a massive and obscured shadow cast by the world. You're 5 minutes late. Today is the day to contact the snake. The voice coming from the screen sounded devoid of any emotions, almost inhuman. Any emotion that's clearly supposed to be emotions? Or maybe it wasn't a human under the mask anyway. My bad, but it couldn't be helped. The two locations are far off and the roads are all blocked. I don't care. Conclusion. Well, the conclusion is no progress. Grey Serpent didn't comment and waited for more. The two warehouses were broken into, and the cargo was damaged. We came late. Well, the culprit cleaned up the scene. Oh, I hate feeling tired. But anyway, we didn't find any clues leading to the puppets, and no missing persons. It's too early to conclude it was the new Hersh's doing. Either we missed something, or the culprit was too good. Grey Serpent took a moment to process the information. Keep tracking. I believe this event is connected to the puppets, and this individual will prove to be a unique specimen for us to study. Understood. Gray Serpent nodded and turned to May. How are things on your side? Just a smuggling ring stealing the World Serpent name. Taken care of. Nothing unusual. Jackals to be interested in that. Yeah, I saw nothing but clumsy impersonators and tacky counterfeits. I doubt she'd be interested. I've sealed the scene. If she's interested, she can check out herself. Among a heap of ashes, of course. Hello, that. You and Raven should try the special puppets. I'm taking them back, broken or not. Gray Serpent disconnected without even a curt goodbye. The room grew quiet, with something disturbing slowly settling in the air, like the cold, slimy trail of a snake. A heap of ashes. You incinerated all of them. What if that's something useful to us? No, I don't think so. That's not an answer. It's not the... I know it's supposed to be like, no, I don't think they had anything useful, but what if they had something useful? No, I don't think so is not how you talk. Please hire proofreaders. Raven stared at May's face as if there was some stain on it. Fine. Here, drink some water. Out of nowhere, she brought a glass of water and put it on the bar. Thanks. She lifted the glass and began to recall the mission hours ago. This is it. Gray Serpent told me to send them a message, so I'll destroy their goods. I'm near downtown. I don't want too much noise, but to avoid fighting. But I'm gonna have to break a decreto. Get behind guards to stealth kill them. I thought it was breaking these. Stuff. You know, if you're supposed to be stealth killing them, screaming doesn't help. It's wild to me that despite this being like, I don't know, the 8th or something May that I've used, she has the same battle lines. Like they never recorded lines for like anything other than maybe the Hersher of Thunder. What's its container for? A child. It's monsters. Yeah, Honkai afflicted though. The stranger's voice made the boy wriggle in pain. In the light, the scar on his neck was striking. Stigma? That's not what the stigmas look like, though. That's what Hersher corruption looked like. The word terrified the boy even more. I see. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. May ripped off the tape covering his mouth. You're not here to buy me? No. May shook her head and reached out her hand to comfort him, but she hesitated and retracted her hand. What did they do to you? They caught me and said they were going to sell me. They mentioned something called the snake. The boy's eyes grew wide all of a sudden. You're not... Shh. Calm down. Okay, so I thought we were already... I thought these guys were the fake World Serpent, but no, they're whoever was selling to the fake World Serpent. Glad I didn't actively destroy the crates now. I'm not your buyer, and I don't plan to take you. I'm looking for your kidnappers. They're going to pay for what they did. Go now. I'll take care of the ones outside. Go where? Anywhere you want to go? You're free now. These bad people can't get to you anymore. I've nowhere to go. The boy curled up as if the tiny box was his only home. My dad and mom were gone before I could speak. My uncle thought I was a jinx. I hated him and ran off. I've been on my own all these years. I was caught because someone sent me to steal something, but he sold me right away. You got any friends? The boy shook his head. Anyone you can trust. The boy shook his head again. Homeless, without family or friends, and carrying a stigma. This kid is probably another victim of Honkai. Rare natural male stigma character. If I take him back to World Serpent, he'd be Jackal's next test subject. But there's still hope. He is here by accident, and Jackal shouldn't know about him, nor should the Grey Serpent. What to do? If I leave him unattended, he'd end up getting kidnapped again. Here, take this. May took a scrap of paper and wrote something down before handing it to the boy. Do you know this address? No, but I think I know how to get there. What's this place? I assume she's sending them to an anti-entropy base. Just go there if you can trust me. Tell them your story and they will take care of you. I don't know if we're in America, so I don't know if it would be sending them to the Salt Lake City base where like the whole crew is, but it definitely, I would definitely think she's sending them to anti-entropy, or maybe like to where Raven's new orphanage is. Of course, you could choose not to trust me. You'll need to be always on guard to survive on the streets. And cover up your neck. Don't let anyone see it. Don't worry, it's harmless. Just there are people who don't like it. The boy took a long look at the slip and then looked at May before he slowly stood up. I'll go there. I trust you. There was a certain determination in his words. Maybe they were not only meant for May to hear, but also for himself too. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. You'll have to get out yourself. What about you? May shook her head, telling the boy he didn't need to know. Hurry. The boy looked at May one last time and ran towards the exit. Just before he reached the exit, a thunderous clap came from behind him. The boy was taken aback. He turned around to find where he was now burned down. The nice lady who had saved him was also gone. Having no interest in finding out what had happened, he resumed running and never looked back. May lowered the glass as the water went down, cooling and refreshing her throat. The disturbing sensation left by the snake's visit was now gone. Just saying, what if Jackal brings back the items for study? You know her, she might do it. Behind the counter, Raven took a bottle and began to fiddle with it. Since we're here, want a sip of whiskey? I don't drink. Yeah. How about something non-alcoholic? If you must. Sure. Coming up in a second. Raven put the bottle back and became busy. Here, your drink. Milk? Skimmed milk. The best for the underage. May didn't say anything. Took a sip and found it nice, unlike what Raven usually whipped up. What do you think of this bar? May took a glance around the place. Oh, but what? Classy. The owner has good taste. Could be a popular place. Should be a popular place back in the day. I guess it's not the worst it's ever been. That said, I'd gladly take this compliment. It's yours? Yeah, a couple of years ago I was drifting on my own. Needed a footing. You once was World Serpent? On a solo mission? No, I quit, literally. Done all the paperwork, it was official. Didn't I tell you? So what brought you back? Was it the kids? No. Guess we need to know each other better. But you were raised by the organization. I heard you were a kid when Grey Serpent took you in. Yeah, he took me out of the Siberian tundra and raised me up to become a World Serpent soldier. But I didn't like it here. No particular reason. Just didn't feel I belonged here. I wanted to go and build my own life. And, you'd be surprised, Grace up and agreed without any fuss. That's simple. Yeah, just like that. Didn't even ask why. For a second, I felt as if I was just a pawn that Worldstep could ditch any time. But that would be too good to be true. You'll be back. That's Gray's parting words. He knew you well. Yeah. Why? Because the world outside is just as lonely. She definitely... And I wonder if this will come into play. She definitely had the ability... Not ability, the, like, mentality, I think, to be targeted by the Hersher of Domination. If not now, then in the past. But I think also... She's not necessarily spiteful of the loneliness, whereas, like, all of the people that are making up the Hersher of Domination are. The bar looked aged, but the furniture didn't catch any dust or spiderwebs. Apparently someone had been tending to it. The lighting was poor, but it gave off a slightly drunk vibe that the drink lovers would enjoy. I wanted to be a cafe at first, but it proved to be harder than I thought, and I admit I'm no master barista. It was repurposed and became popular with gang members and intel dealers. I got to know a lot of what I shouldn't know. So you started your mercenary career. That's a tale for another time. I miss the old times. Now that I'm working for Worldstep and again, there's no way to keep her open. All I can do is come back and see her. When Raven was calling the bar her voice became gentle and soft. It reminded May of when Raven was talking about the children she adopted. The reason you came back had something to do with the children, right? I was just tired. I went a long way and finally found out Worldstep and paid the best, so I came back. I'm just earning a living, so why not choose a job that pays well and on time? Valid. You've made enough money. Why not quit now and bring your little bar back to life? You're right. Maybe I should follow your advice. But sometimes we don't have a choice. Raven smiled. We all got in for our own reasons, and now some other reasons are stopping us from getting off the hook, right? Things don't necessarily turn out to be better, and we're not necessarily on the right path. But what does right have to do with anything? We must finish what we started. Maybe. I see you're not fully convinced. Even so, I still believe in other possibilities that might lead to a better result. Is that so? Yeah, the ruckus at Taishi was solved. Kiana played a big part and saved the partners from the new Hersher. I expected nothing less. Hera was supposed to handle it. By the time she arrived, the Hersher was long gone. Ah, never mind. Anyway, Kiana's doing good now. Your sacrifice wasn't in vain. May raised the glass again, but not to drink. Maybe this is one of the other possibilities you talked about. We've got a long way ahead of us. Finish the milk in one go. Like it? I'll make you something special next time we come. I don't drink. Then I'll make you a special milky drink. Don't say it like that. Raven turned around and shut the door. May took one last look at the bar. In the dim light, the sign read Ravens. A very special place, she thought. Noon the next day. Robots? Oh, puppet robots, though. Isn't the third warehouse in the report? Looks the same as the other two. Yeah, warehouses in this town all look the same. The out-of-control machines are throwing a party inside. Calm them down. Just don't tell our police down this time. Why does it matter?
I promised an old friend who owns the neighborhood. I came here to confirm something for her. Seems like you've got a lot of friends. We scratch each other's back, that's all. In exchange for intel, I need to bust a ghost. I see. Have fun. Catch you later then. Those sheaths are running on their own. Off of the Hersher of Dominance's power. Hello. I didn't even actually realize we have played as this May before. It was in the owl sections where we weren't the Hersher of Thunder. Looks like a strange guest. Oh, wait, give me the energy. But the remaining enemies are here. All the remaining enemies? This is gonna be a short area. Did I get hit by? Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Hi. Miss me. Am I the ghost? Am I the ghost you're here to kill? That was quick. I didn't feel like lingering once I got the intel. You didn't tear the whole place apart, did you? It will survive. I took a glance at the sniper rifle in Raven's hands. Wouldn't that be overkill using the divine key? I'd rather not take her if she hadn't got a mind of her own. Oh, the divine key, okay. Sometimes you get to indulge her if you don't. Sometimes you gotta indulge her if you want her to perform. We'll need her for the puppets, so I'm pampering her for now. Her? Oh, she hasn't been properly introduced. Meet the third divine key. Key of sanction. A strong-minded gal like you. Remember when we were on the Coral Island and Owl took it? He wasn't able to unlock her rated power till the end. Because she has her own personality. It all depends on whether you can hit it off with her. So she will unleash her power in the wrong hands. It goes beyond that. Power, ammunition, performance, or even weapon type. She is drastically different in every hand. That's why I take good care of her and talk to her a lot. I think we're getting along just fine. No wonder you take it everywhere. He's also known as the Seven Thunders of Retribution. Maybe it indicates she has 7 forms, but I've only seen 4. So she is this is the previous Hersher Thunder, or from the previous era. Alright, why don't you try? The Hersher Thunder might be a good match for the Lightning Divine Key. Raven handed the weapon over. It took May a moment of hesitation before she received it. Oh. This is... I think she likes you. Maybe you two have a special connection. When May touched the weapon, it somehow felt to her like a living thing with a beating heart. It feels special. Told you. May handed the weapon back to Raven, and it soon returned to its sniper rifle form. One day when I was on a mission, I got hurt out of the blue. He decided to be a slingshot. Almost got me killed. Oh, I got hurt and out of the blue. Can't let that happen again. You had something on the puppet? I learned something interesting. Remember what Grey Serpent said about how it was a strange one? It doesn't act alone. There are other puppets helping this one. No, humans. Humans. I pinpointed the next crime scene. The culprit only works at night, and that gives us some time to prepare now. Raven chuckled. Come along, I'm taking you to a place. A few moments later. Sensei, and May. Hi, Sora. You saw us a mile off, didn't you? There's, like, she has to become a Hersher or something at some point. Either that or she dies. Raven gave Sora a hug and ruffled her hair. Sorry I came late. And thanks for taking care of everyone while I was away. How do you like it here? The bed is soft, the living room is big, and we have hot water on the clock. Everyone is happy. Glad to hear. But Sora looked at May. The curry here isn't half as good as May's. So you miss her more than me. I'm hurt. No, we miss you too. We miss you every day. May shook her head and turned her eyes away from the building nearby. It had the look of a big summer house. Quiet, well built, classy. But the guards at the gate told a different story. It wasn't hard to tell the house was off limits to the outside world. Kevin did keep his word. Me. Want to say hello to the kids? I guess not. I'll wait outside. May bent down and gently touched Sora's face. Sorry, Sora. There's something else I need to do, so I can't play with you this time. But don't worry, I'll come back on another day. Any gift you want, I'll bring it to you next time. It's okay. I don't need any gift. You're the best gift. It's a deal, then. Deal! Don't keep your sensei waiting. He's been missing you a lot. She was even practicing what to say on the way here. Shut up. Raven took Sora's hand and gave me a wink before heading in. Summer breeze came to hug her with a pleasant smell. All was quiet save for the chirping birds and rustling leaves. A kite slowly rose above the walls and began to dance in the blue, clear sky. This well-protected shelter seemed like an exquisite crystal ball capturing the finest moment of summer. May was reminded of a certain day in her childhood when her father took her out for a trip. Are we actually going to finally see her dad in the main game? Her father was holding her hand, saying something. Couldn't recall the exact words. No, I guess not. She hardly got to see her father, let alone going on a trip. Overcome with joy, she was unable to remember what he said. But she'd never forget it was a bright summer day, just like this one, with kites roaming in the sky and the same smell of summer in the air. Raven came back after a while. I hope the waiting wasn't too boring. No, but how was this your preparation? It prepares me to be what I need for the mission. Make any sense? Yeah, it reminds you of no matter how awful whatever you need to do is, there is a goal and a reason for it. How are the kids? Well attended. Good food. The best medical care money can buy. They're no longer trapped in the roost. It's a beautiful place. Reminds me of the days before Honkai. They should grow up without knowing Honkai. You should go in and say hello next time. The kids miss you. May said nothing. Speaking of kids, a little boy came here with some flip in his hand. Yeah, okay, she sent her here. Or sent in here.
悪い人に誘拐されて自力で逃げ出してきたと言ってた。首に変わった傷跡があるらしい。
That he was kidnapped and he escaped on his own. There's a peculiar scar on his neck. Might be a stigma. That's so. Well, it's a stigma. That's rare.
誘拐された場所はお前が昨日言って
He
た
was
任
kept in
務地と
exactly
同
the
じ
same
エ
area
リア
where you
らしい。
carried out your mission yesterday. What a coincidence.
そうだな。
Yeah, Just uncanny. Did you see anything? No. You sure you didn't see a tall and pretty lady with a pair of horns handing out slips with the address of this place?
I didn't have a pair of horns when I went there.
Doesn't ring a bell. It's a shame. I'm dying to know her. I'll keep an eye for you. Or why don't you pass a word to her for me? What is it? That this place isn't a nursery for any homeless kid. The next one sent here won't be free.
But not that you'll turn them away.
And the price will be high. Got it. I'll be sure to pass the word. Much obliged.
The two then fell silent as they listened to the whispers of the wind.
Weren't you worried that the guards here might be working for World Serpent? I knew they were yours. You'd never put your kids in untrustworthy hands. You're right. What will happen to the boy? I don't know. His new identity is ready. Probably be sent to a safe place and looked after by someone reliable. But after that, it's all up to him. He's been a lucky one, and I wish his luck would last. Hope so.
The sun began to set slowly but surely, painting the sky with a faint reddish glow.
We should be going now. It's at the seaside, a bit far from here. We'll drive there and talk on the way. Get in.
The two went to a sports car. Raven got in and took the driver's seat.
This is your car. Who else's might it be? Got a driver's license? Are you kidding me? I'm a mercenary. Bring me a helicopter and I'll fly it for you.
May took a moment to observe the car. It was parked in the shade, sleek, shiny, expensive.
Any comments?
Those should have been like two different sentences. I thought you'd pick a color that stood out more.
I like red, but I couldn't find the models that looked good in red.
She pointed at the back row.
I'd like to take the kids out for a spin. The more seats, the better.
I can't believe it's actually a minivan. It looks good.
Hop in.
May hesitated and finally took a back seat. She looked so awkward. Raven didn't start the car. Something wrong.
Hey, what did you take me for, Miss Raiden? Your chauffeur?
Yeah, she may get in the front. Listen, maybe what if she wants to be in the back? You can talk the same if you're in the back seat.
Come to the front row already so we can talk.
Oh, okay. But also, rich girl.
That's better. Now buckle up.
Seatbelt. I don't need engine sound effects, thank you. Raven started the engine and began to roar like a wild beast.
What's the topic earlier? You were saying humans were helping the puppet. Yeah, a delivery guy. He put the puppet in a box and put the box in the alley by the warehouse at night. The puppet got out and entered the warehouse through pipes. It messed the place up and returned to the box. So that's why no one saw it in the neighborhood. No one paid any heed to the box hundreds of yards away from the scene. But why would he do that? Who knows? Maybe he's coerced, or manipulated, or simply crazy. We'll have to ask him in person tonight. How did you decide the next target? I have connections.
As the forest receded from the windshields, they drove onto an open road.
Remember the warehouse we've looked into? 3 of them if you count the one tonight. Right. All sabotaged by the puppet. And guess what? They each belong to a notorious organization. Another tip for you. This city is fun. This city is run by 4 such organizations. See it now? I see. But wouldn't the city be
で
better
も
without
そういっ
these
た倉庫を破
warehouses?
壊してもらった方がいいんじゃない？どうして人形
Why would the
は人間に利のあ
Why
る
would
こ
the
とする
puppets
の？
do such things that only benefit the common citizen?
もしかして
Unless Raven waited for May to
もしかし
finish.
て
Unless
被害者はみんな
the victims have all
ライバル勢
assumed
力
their
の仕業
rivals
だ
were
と思って
behind it.
ビンゴだ。
Smart girl.
衝突はもう起きた。
The conflict is in full swing.
昨晩
It's
の
a
こ
matter
と
of
だ。
time before collateral damage gets to
この
civilians.
ままだと
Yeah, so
い
there's
ずれ一
4
般
different
人にも
gangs
危害が及
basically.
ぶ。
Convince all of the gangs that the other gangs are causing problems, and you'll cause a big retaliatory war between them.
だから次に人形は4つ目
Do
の
you believe
倉
the
庫に行
puppet
く
will
と
surely
判断
pay
したわ
visit
け
to the
ね。
fourth warehouse tonight?
そうだ。
Yeah.
でもそ
But
の
it
まま
might
手を引
very
く可
well
能性
stop
もある
now
わ。
and make the last
そ
organization
し
the
たら
largest
最後に
suspect.
残った組織
The
が
situation
集中
would
的
get
に
even
非難。
worse.
確かにその通りだが。
Indeed, but I doubt it would do so.
The open road spanned across a cliff overlooking the ocean on the
多
right.
対一の展開になっ
If
たら
last organization
事
becomes
態
the
は
common
かえって
enemy,
緩やかになる。はめられた組織は大変なことになるが、
they will suffer the
今
most,
より
but
混
the
乱すること
situation
は
will
ない。
deteriorate further.
人形はそれを
That's the
望まな
last
い。
thing the puppet wants. Its
奴らが
purpose is to
望むのは
ignite an all-out
混
war
乱。
and plunge the city into hell.
だがそういう状況になると、
In that
銃
scenario,
声
it
一
takes
つだ
only
け
a
で
bullet
全
to
てを
destroy
壊せる。
everything. This is not a personal
復
vendetta.
讐では奴らは
The
こ
puppet
の都
seeks
市
to
を
bring
丸
down the
ごと
entire
壊したい
city.
んだよ。だが
But
奴
that
らの
won't
計
happen.
画は成
We'll
功
put
し
an
ない。
end to its little adventure tonight.
Raven floored the pedal and the car darted forward like a wild
そうい
horse.
えば私の運転技術
Any comment on my
悪くない
driving
だろ？
skill? Not bad, huh?
昔の運転手の方が
It's a
上
long way
手
to
ね。
go to match my old chauffeur.
手厳しいん
You're
だな。
certainly demanding as a passenger.
What? I feel like that would have been Himiko? Unless it was actually just like a chauffeur.
あの運転手にはよくしてもらった
My
わ。
chauffeur was very nice to me.
May looked outside the windshield and sat her eyes in the gorgeous afterglow.
あの頃のお父様
My
は仕
father
事
was
に追わ
busy
れて
working
て
and I hardly
めっ
got
たに
to,
会え
got
な
to
か
see him
っ
at
た。
all.
登校時と下校時は
I was
運
chauffeured
転
to
手
and from
が送ってくれ
school.
た。
Made very few friends in
放課
school.
後はクラスメートと一
No
緒
one
に
to
帰
keep
ら
you
なかったの
company
か？
on your way home.
ええ。
Before I
校
walked out
門
of
を
the
出る
school
前か
gates,
ら
I'd always see
黒
a
い
black
車が
limo
そこ
parked
に止まって
outside.
るのが見えて、そ
Yeah,
れが
okay,
原
so
因
the
で
literal
友達が
actual
できなかったん
chauffeur.
じゃないか？
Maybe that's why you had almost no
そうかも
friends.
しれない。
Maybe.
運
Maybe
転手
my
もそれに気
chauffeur
づ
knew
いて
it
たか
too.
も。
It couldn't be helped.
でも
It
仕
was
方
his
ない。
job.
だから彼は
He
よく
talked to me in the
車で
car,
話しかけ
asked me
て
how
くれ
school
た。
was, told me about my
学
father's
校
work.
で何があったのか
Why
と
do I have a
か。
feeling this is somehow going
お
to
父
turn out to
様
be
の仕事
Siegfried?
がどう？優しい人みたいだな。
Sounds like a gentle person.
ええ。
Yeah. But I didn't even get the
でも
chance to
彼
say
にお
thank
礼
you
を
to
言う
him.
機会は？何があった？
What happened?
彼は死んで。
He
空
died.
士の崩
Well,
壊
it's
の
not
せいか。
Siegfried.
In the Nagasawa Honkai event.
ええ。
Yes.
That sucks. She killed him.
そうか。
Well, I guess it could have been a Honkai, but she's technically responsible for that. I see.
そう考えると、
No wonder she
私によくしてくれ
watched.
た人たちは、いい結末を迎えた人がいないわね。
Come to think of it, people who were once nice to me rarely end well.
あの運転手も、
The chauffeur,
お父様
my
も、
father, my teachers,
先生
and
も
my friends.
友達も。
I know your friends are doing okay, and the times that they weren't your fault.
そう悲観的になるな。
Such a pessimistic view
昨
coming
日
from someone who preached
私に
other
別の可能
possibilities
性
to
の
me just
話をしたの
yesterday.
は、そうね。でも、
I know this sounds
可能性と
paradoxical,
呼
but
べるものさえな
sometimes
くな
there's
った
nothing
こ
you
とが
can
ある
do
わ。
about certain things.
A few
プレイ
weeks
グジェム
ago,
に関する
I
夜
read
の
every
バンドの
report
調
on the
査
search
結果
for
を
the
読
gem
ん
of
だ。
haste.
すべ
Every
て
word in them.
Kevin said
でも
nothing.
そのい
They
ず
all
れも
point
収
to the same
穫なし。
conclusion. Nothing.
そうだ。
Yes. This was a
ありえ
confirmation.
ない。
Impossible.
空間に落と
Even
され
if
た
it,
として
even
も
if it fell into the
律者
imaginary
コアは
space,
痕跡を
it
残
must
す
have
もの
left some
よ。
traces
急
that
に
won't
消える
just
はずないわ。
vanish.
Neither will she.
プレイグジェムはシー
The
リ
gem
ンの
is a
一部。
part of Sirin.
他
I
人
can't
の手
let
に
it fall
渡す
into
わ
the
けに
wrong
はいかない。
hands.
君は答えを知っているはず
You
だ。
you have the answer.
いいえ。
No, maybe I
何か
left
見落として
something
るのか
out.
も。
彼女は死んだ。
She's died? I guess it's not technically wrong. It would be she has died, or no. This is yeah. It would be she has died, or she is dead. This is she is died. She died. Kevin spat out the conclusion curtly.
なんです。
What? I know it's not the gem you're looking for. He wasn't able to survive in the imaginary space. We didn't find anything. Who is this talking about? May fell silent, trying hard to find the flaws in his words. But Kevin's ice-cold voice made his statement difficult to argue against. It's a fact. These were the last words he left. May refused to accept the fact and kept looking into every lead she could possibly find. But her investigation gave her an answer, even more heartbreaking than the silence from Kevin. Something will come up. Oh, wait, is the... I guess unless the Gem of Haste... Well, no, but they said it was part of Sirin. So that wouldn't be... Okay, I actually pulled up the wiki. Gems are... Okay, so the gems are the things that Sirin used to construct the fake Honkai. Okay. Oh, haste is fire. What's to do with Himiko then? Because okay, we know Kiana had Conquest, but now May has Conquest. The Gem of Desire, the World Serpent has, because that was the one we went into the Sea of Quanta for. I don't know where Serenity is. But like Kiana had 3 cores, so maybe Kiana has that. Because I don't know what her other core was. And then haste is the one that they're currently missing, but that would make sense if it was with Himiko. Okay. Raven knew what May was. They never explained this in the game to me. I don't think, unless I missed it. Because I've constantly been confused about these gems. I knew they were Hersher related, and then the gem of desire is also what made Wendy manifest into the Hersher wind. How did that end up in this? I guess anti-entropy had it. Right, because Wendy died with Kokolia's experiments. So then Welt was experimenting on it when he fell into Super. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Raven knew what May was looking for. Raven, I want to ask you a question. What? It might sound offensive, but you don't have to answer it. Ask away. Would you expect your brother to be alive? The great Koenigsegg? I assume this is the car? The car slowed down. Grey Serpent told you that. I looked it up myself. You're still alive when the Grey Serpent took you in. Yeah, but the understanding was he was probably going to starve. The car stopped in the middle of the road. We've arrived. Okay, no, this is the highway. They'd come to the seaside. Raven parked the car right beside the beach. There's still some time before dark. Walk with me for a minute. Sure. Siberia doesn't have any beaches, only deep snow.
My big brother has never seen the beach.
Well, starve or freeze, I guess.
Well, take your shoes off. Must feel good to step in waves barefoot. I remember one day I challenged my brother to stand in the snow barefoot and see who'd last longer.
That sounds awful.
Did you win? No. Well, it took me 1 minute to surrender. But my brother stood there for 10 minutes. Why? In the end, he lost his senses, and I had to carry him home. Yeah, why would you do that? Did he suffer from frostbite? Of course. Almost lost his legs. Mom gave him hell for it. Your brother is stupid. Wasn't it you who started it? Yes, but my brother said it was his idea.
Now, this is really interesting in the context of Nat's brother in Star Rail, where after getting basically cast out of everywhere, originally the underground, but like everywhere, he was kicked out. Natasha's brother went out into the snow plains and worked on and did eventually end up creating an anti-cold serum before succumbing to the fragmentum and becoming a fragmentum beast. Which, like, all of this is really interesting with that context. Obviously, it's reverse order. This came first and then they used that. But I find it fascinating. It is HI3 stream day.
He was usually a bully to me, but when it mattered, he protected me or something. We were facing blames when we were hunting. That time.
I really like the Natasha It's Our story, seeing how it was a twist on a similar situation between the two. Absolutely. It's a really good story on its own. Because like it was compelling before I knew anything about Raven. But having this, like, here's the context of the character that the original, or this is the original character, this is what Star Rail is based on. Seeing the origin of it, and then what they did with it, how it's very different, but almost has the same... feeling isn't the right word, weight isn't the right word, but like that kind of thing to it is really interesting. It's part of what I really like about the XPs in these games, where they're very different characters and they stand on their own completely, but there are aspects of the character they're drawing from that they change and make unique, but still has that same core to it. It's also why I really would like to see the other way, where I'd like to see what would happen if like a Star Rail or a Genshin character ends up becoming an XP either in HI3, in Star Rail Genshin, or even now in ZZZ. Well, obviously that hasn't happened yet. I just think it'd be really cool. But yeah, I like the way they do XPs. Because you don't need to know the source, but if you do, it adds this whole other layer to it. Raven took off her shoes and walked barefoot in the setting sun. The ocean water was patting her foot rhythmically and erasing the footprints behind her.
Would I wish? Yeah, of course. I came back to Siberia for him many times, and I paid many informants to look for him. I keep wishing he wasn't killed on that night, wasn't buried in the ruins. I wish one day he would suddenly show up and surprise me, calling me Tasha like he used to.
She bent down to pick up a shell and tossed it back into the sea after playing with it for a while.
You know what? He actually showed up. What? It was a freezing cold day. Even Vancouver was covered in snow.
The idea that she moved from cold as shit Russia to cold as shit Canada is hilarious.
私は車を運転して
I was driving to
取
a
引
deal.
先の人に会いに行く
Someone who
途
looked
中だった
exactly like him walked past me while I was waiting for the green
信
light.
号を待ってたら兄とそっく
The
りな人
difference
が
with Raven
私
going
の
by
前を通ったんだ
Tasha for short and Natasha going for Nat for short. That is really interesting. I didn't actually think of that because it's, oh yeah, that's just another name, nickname for this. But yeah, they take the opposite sides of the name. Again, going to like a similarity but difference for the XPs. It gives them that uniqueness. Where like, again, it's pulling from that core, but it's different enough that it's a different character. It's great. I love it. So is this going to have been him, or is this going to be the Welch has found like 15 people with Otto's face?
子供の姿で
A kid?
いや
No, not a kid.
子供じゃないなんというか
How do I put it?
兄が生きて
I
たら
decided that this was...
きっ
Oh,
とあんな
okay.
風になっているに
I
違い
decided
ない
this was
と
what he would look like if
あ
I,
の
the
時は
instant
そ
I
う
laid...
思ったんだ
I decided this was what he would look like the instant I laid my eyes on the man.
頭が真っ白になって
My mind went all blank and I
何も
couldn't
考
think.
えられなかった
The next thing I knew was him disappearing at the corner.
気がついた
I
ら
jumped
彼は
out.
曲がり角に長いこと追いかけたが
I chased him for a long
私たちの
time,
距離は
but
縮ま
the
ること
distance
がなかっ
between
た
us never shortened. The traffic lights,
信
the
号や人の
crowds.
流れのせいでな
It probably wasn't real then.
私は彼をじっと
I
見つめ
fixed my eyes on him.
その
The
後
way he
ろ姿
ran
を
and
視界
dodged
の
the
中
crowd
に
was
留め
exactly
よう
the
と
same
必
as
死
in
に
my
なった
memories.
Raven looked down at her feet as if reminiscing the chasing on that
結
day.
局
But I didn't catch him until
追い
the
つく
end.
ことはできなかった嘘みたいだろ
How was it possible?
私は
I'm
北
the
米
best
でトップの
mercenary in
傭
North
兵
America. If I
暗
want
殺
someone
も
found,
追
there's
跡も
nowhere
得
to
意な
hide.
はずだだから気づいた
Then I realized it
追
wasn't
い
that I
つけ
couldn't
ないの
catch
で
him.
はない
I just didn't
その
want
気持
to.
ち
I know the feeling.
わかるわ
So yeah, okay. Because obviously I mean it could, but it couldn't be her brother. So if she had caught him, she would have had the realization then. So subconsciously she's not catching him so that she can keep believing that it is him, that he's there.
心のどこかであれ
Deep
は
down, I
兄じ
knew
ゃ
it
ない
wasn't
と
him. He was gone.
兄はすで
It
に
was
死ん
merely
だ
a
んだと
mirage.
でも私は認め
But
た
I
く
just
なかっ
wouldn't
た
face the fact. I tried desperately to
藁
hold
にも
on
す
to
が
it.
りたい気持ちだがそれを否
I
定
didn't
さ
want
れ
to
るの
deny
が怖かっ
reality
た
either, so I held myself
追い
back.
つくのが怖かったんだ
Yet he would turn back and say,
振
I
り返
don't
っ
know
て
you.
その後は
What happened then?
その後は
I don't remember.
よく覚
Probably
えてない
went back to the crossroads.
きっと私のせい
I
で渋
caused a
滞を
traffic
起こし
jam,
てた
missed
し
the deal, but thinking back now,
取
it
引
just
先に
didn't
も遅
really
れただ
matter.
ろうあの日のことはまる
It
で
was like a
夢のよう
fleeting
で
dream. Since that, I
何の
kept
実感も
running my
ない
bar and living my life on the edge as a mercenary.
私は最後は夢を
I even found myself a dream.
島を買って
Buy a
別
small
荘を
island,
建てることを
buy,
実
blah,
現さ
blah,
せ
blah.
た
Buy a small island and build a big
私は
house
長い
there.
ことさすらってい
I
たから
drifted too long and
帰
wanted
る
a
家が
home.
欲しかったんだ
Raven looked over the horizon as if her island was just there. The fact that she bought the island and it fucking sunk is the worst. That's actually awful.
だがそれも過去の夢物語に過ぎない
All ancient history now.
残念ね
I'm sorry.
いいんだ
It's okay.
もう気にして
I'm
ない
over it now.
I think you can definitely tell that they started this arc. That in the, I think you can definitely tell that starting in this arc, they started trying to really build up a story arc with the cast and as ensemble rather than just a single character focus. Yeah, I've been feeling that for a bit. Like it was always focused on either Kiana, Branya, or Meg, and we see that in like chapter 9 is focused on Kiana. Then the next arc is focused on Branya, and then the arc after that was focused on Kiana, and then the arc after that was focused on Mei, and then but the Fuhua arc, while still kind of focusing on Kiana, was about Fuhua. And then yeah, this arc is we're really seeing other people. Like Branya was still being used, and Mei is still being used here. But the focus of the last set was Sela. The focus right now really is more Raven. And I like that. they're building up these other characters that they have. But they've introduced them already, so that it doesn't feel like they're just suddenly appearing. I'm wondering if the third part of this arc is going to be focusing on Durandal. Like, we get one section of this with each major faction. And then we see, like, Durandal and Rita in the next one. That would be interesting. I think that's what I hope for, but I also wouldn't mind more Sela.
It's okay now. I'm over it. It's okay. I'm over it now. It was the moment my island sank that I realized I had never really lived my entire life. Lived. Right before my brother died, he said only this to me. Live on and live well.
The way this arc went was so completely unexpected at the time. I like that. Hoyo! As much as there are consistencies to it and there are things that you can expect from them, none of their things have ever been predictable. There's always been at least something out of an arc or a segment that I've been like, oh, that's interesting. That's a good way to do this. This is how they're taking this, and I really like it. It's not... You'd think, having now read as much Hoyo stuff as I have, that I would start to be bored by it or see patterns, but there are no patterns. Like, there are things that... There are Hoyoisms, but they genuinely, like, keep things new while feeling right. Like, there's a similar feeling, a similar vibe through all of Hoyo stuff, but the actual, like, events and the emotion are very different, even when they're playing on similar theming. Like, obviously, I've played all of Genshin, I've played all of Star Rail, and I've played this far into this. No arc feels the same, even when they are inspired by a previous arc. Like how we talked a bit ago about how a lot of Star Rail is inspired by parts of HI3. It never feels like they're retreading old ground. It feels like, even if the vibe is the same, the story, the events, the, like, overall stuff happening is totally different in a new, really good way. I just love Hoyo, honestly.
Live on, Tasha, and live well. It's like a curse, turning the purpose of everything I do into keeping breathing.
And then ZZZ is a completely different thing, because its tone is so different. I love Hoyo. I just love their shit. It's great.
I know, even if the island was still there, I'd never find inner peace and convince myself I'm living well. All these years, the only thing that made me feel remotely alive is the warmth of my body.
Raiden's a fascinating character, honestly. Because, like, there's the surface level of what she's saying right now, where her biggest wish is to find a home, which she does technically have in the kids. But as a person, she's not someone who, because of the events of her life, she's not someone who can just, like, settle down in a place. Even if she had it, and she does technically have it right now, she has this home with the kids that she could go live in. Sela even said, hey, you've got enough money. May even said, you've got enough money. Why don't you just live here? And she's like, no. Because she wouldn't be satisfied. She can do more, or at least she feels like she can do more like this, showing up, popping in and out of these places that are important to her and that do give her a foundation in her life. You know, the bar, previously the Roost, now the house. But she just can't. She's not one who can just sit at home and do things. She needs to be out wandering, doing things. Even if she's not necessarily doing jobs for the World Serpent, I think just traveling is something that she needs. So it's like her dream is antithetical to who she is as a person. And I think that's fascinating. But also, like I said, she needs that grounding. She does need a place that she can go back to. Because without that, she's aimless. It's a mess of contradictions that also makes a ton of sense. You told me it was when you were with the kids. Yeah. You can tell me it's pointless when the whole world's corrupted. It's just a little play for myself. But still, I feel it's the only right thing I've done. The only thing I want to keep doing. It's a remarkable thing. Maybe. The ocean breeze gently touched their faces. Don't you feel hot wearing that cape? Yeah, but now that you mention it, it is kind of hot. No, but it's so cool, don't take it off. Pretty lady. The setting sun was now kissing the ocean, giving it a huge flush. Having shared everything she's been keeping to herself, Raven felt relieved and smiled broadly. Raven finally has her first friend. Yeah, this probably is the first person Raven actually considers a friend. And I think I've commented on it, but I really like their relationship as a whole. I think the two of them have a lot of, not necessarily parallels. I don't think they're, kind of, I guess. But, like, they're not paralleling characters like, you know, like I said, like May and Otto and a lot of other things are. But they have a lot in common in ways that others don't. They're both willing to... Well, I guess a lot of characters are willing to sacrifice themselves for others, but their goal is purely someone else, both of them. They're both kind of outcasts. May is kind of a self-made outcast more than Raven is, but Raven also could fit in. She just, like, her personality doesn't let her. Like she said before, she could have just had this bar forever. But she had to go work in the mercenary things because that's what she felt was right, and she ended up back here. Raven gave May confidence to strengthen herself, and May gave Raven validation for her more tender sensibilities. Absolutely. Well, and they both are very overall stoic, quote-unquote, emotionless characters that have such a their foundation as a person is their connection to other people, but they don't show that outwardly. Whereas, like, Kiana also has that foundation in other people, but one, Kiana's is general as much as it is also directly towards May. Kiana is very Kazlana in that she's going to save everybody. It doesn't matter who they are. Whereas May is very specifically about Kiana, and Raven is very specifically about these kids. But Kiana also expresses that. Now she's more subdued about it because of all the guilt. But she was the Genki character, you know? She was very expressive. She was very energetic. Even Bronya, who seems emotionless, who talks very monotone, is constantly expressing her emotions for people, especially Sela. But there's never been a wonder if she cares about May or if she cares about Kiana. Even the newer characters, you know, like she immediately warmed up to, well, not immediately, I think she knew them already, but to Tesla and Einstein. And this is probably because she has this whole background in the orphanage. You know, she was initially taught to suppress her emotions because of the army, but then Kokoli and the other kids, like, pushed her to have them. Whereas, like, Raven and May are their whole life has been May being, this rich kid of this special clan. You've got to hold up to the honor, yada yada. And then you add in immediately after that the guilt that she faced for the Honkai eruption. And then Raven, who's been alone her whole life. They have these deep traumas. They have these stoic outward personalities, but they have a lot internal, and both of them are just validating each other, which in ways that no one else has. Because Raven probably really hasn't had anyone to validate anything ever, but May has, but not in the right way. Because Kiana, being the self-sacrificing person that she is, would always go the opposite way. She'd put herself in more danger for May, which is literally the opposite of what May wants. Whereas Raven probably will, especially now, put herself in danger for May, but not in the way Kiana would, and would say, yeah, no, you're right, I get these things that you're feeling. Whereas I don't think Kiana would brush them off, or Himiko would brush them off, she being the older figure in their lives, but they were Valkyries. Even putting aside the Kazlana-ism, the whole point of Valkyries is to go put yourself in danger to save others, whereas the World Serpent is a lot more selfish in a way. And I think May actually benefits from that, because May wants a little bit of that selfishness, where she wants the people around her not to stop doing good, but to care about their well-being more than they seem to. Because Bronya, really, of the people that May knows, Bronya's the only one that has any level of self-preservation. And even then, she jumped into the Sea of Quanta for a chance to save Sela. It's really interesting. Their relationship is... Their relationship has been really well developed and is just going strong in general. Definitely hope to see it develop more, even when inevitably May switches back to the Hyperion crew.
You know what? In the past, I never wore capes in public because it seemed rude. But somehow, people always treat me like a kid. Until one day I closed the deal successfully without taking the cape off.
Haha, sexism.
Maybe people refuse to take me seriously because I look young, I thought. Anyway, I never took the cape off since. Laugh all you want. You're never getting to see it again.
The sun was halfway drowned in the sea now. May really needed more people to open up outside of her friends, give her perspective. Yeah. There was something No, it was this, actually, and this is playing off of exactly what happened in the last arc, which they're really good at, where Bronya recognized... I think Bronya recognized what happened to May, actually, with this context, and doesn't want that to happen again, which is why she said, hey, Sela, Kiana needs someone that aren't the people closest to her, around her. Because Kiana can't tell me what's going on because she thinks it'll hurt me. She can't open up to me. May is not even here anymore. Himiko's not even here anymore. I need you to go help her. Because she might actually say something to you, because she's not afraid that she'll push you away. Not to the same extent she is with Bronya. May has been either completely isolated or with this one group of people for her whole life. So having someone like Raven, who has a completely different life experience, a completely different perspective on things, absolutely helps her actually understand herself. And, just hey, this is my thoughts. Raven's not going to hold back. Raven's going to say, here's what I think about that. And May needs that. And on the other end, Raven actually has someone just to talk to now. Because no one else really in the World Serpent, besides maybe Kevin, who does not care, is particularly trustworthy. Jackal's definitely not trustworthy. Owl was, but one is gone now. But also was newer to the organization. And the Gray Serpent is shadier than Jackal. The World Serpent as an organization is isolating by design. It keeps everyone safer, but also it keeps factions from forming. Whereas now, like, May being actually trustworthy, Raven can open up a little, can say things, can just vent. And having, even if you're not actually saying anything, just getting those feelings out, especially after this long, probably is a huge relief to Raven. They really are exactly what each other needed.
Raiden May.
Raiden May.
Hi?
We need to shake off our shadows from the past.
Well, and then this is definitely a big thing for both of them. They're both, like, held down by this intense... Not necessarily guilt. In May's case, it probably is guilt. I don't know if it is in Raven. But they're held down by just this deep trauma from their past.
Yes. But I also want to believe that's a better result, you said. Thanks. What to thank for? Just following through the path you deem right. Just follow through the path you deem right, and I'll do the same. Sure?
Yeah, no, they're exactly what the other needs. The sun finally went under the sea. I swear I've seen this location in a different video game.
It's night now. Let's go. Okay.
Oh wow, we're not far at all. Oh, it does look though. We're not gonna have to worry about stopping to read side things on this in this section. That's cool. I like those side moments, but also they're annoying. Hey, okay, now it's actually letting me choose my characters, and oh my god. Not gonna be very helpful to take my characters. I think the highest level character I have is this one. I'm just not even gonna bother. Night, the warehouse by the sea. I like the side stories, honestly. Like, they add context and interesting bits to it. My problem was always like, oh, did I pass one? Because you're trying to just keep me going forward. And also, you know, the formatting of them.
Here we are. Another warehouse that looks the same. Maybe the locals share the same taste. About time it shows up. I sense a bigger presence of security mechs. They probably heard about the other warehouses. Will the target take the risk tonight? I think so. The Herrscher of Dominance struck me the group of lunatics who risk everything to get what they want. We should move now. Avoid the security and lay low. How does the puppet get through the guards? Uncertain secret path. How's the divine key? Relax, in a good mood.
Hey look, it's the place where Fuhua was almost melted. Well, fuck you! It spawned in on me, that's not fair.
制圧したわ。気づかれてないといいが。
Weren't found. That wasn't my fault, Raven. Nope, go away. Away with you. Goodbye. Oh boy. Yeah, this might have just been a hallway I wasn't supposed to go in. I'm disappointing Raven. No. Granted, you gave me the Hersher of Thunder on a stealth mission. What are you thinking? Oh my, okay. I really thought this was gonna be a dead end for a second. No, this was where I needed to go. Found the guy. Declare from the box. Who's there? What are you trying to do to my sister? No! You're not hurting my sister! In a flash of lightning, the man fell onto the floor. That settles it. I hope you didn't kill him. No, I simply knocked him out. I doubt we'll be able to get anything from him. Tie him up. Agreed. Raven tied the man up and tossed him by the wall. It was his sister. He wouldn't stop talking about her. I assume he snuck in here to rescue his sister, who is one of the victims? But the box you mentioned was the puppet inside. Even the same package. Do we have it now? Okay, no. So his sister then is one of the ones who became the Hersher? Or is he just crazy? Be careful. Be careful. The intel we have indicates we might be teleported to a closed space called the Theater of Domination. Worry not, I came prepared. Raven took a small and round device out of her pocket and showed it to May. A simple EM shield. Not as powerful as yours, but it can stop energy erosion. We might be separated after we get in. Prepare to act solo and try to find each other. They exchanged a look and both nodded. Open it. Okay. Oh! Oh! This is the Theater of Domination. Raven is not here. Teleport to another place. We didn't get in. I think actually we were in an area like this briefly. Like, I think we would have been like down there, but obviously there's no actual down there. This is all around the place, like broken something kids. Oh, look who I found! Who is it? An unexpected guest. I can't use my ult. Welcome to the Theater of Domination. Welcome to the Theater of Domination. We're puppets. And here I was wondering why my brother didn't call out. It's you two. Man sheathed her blade. Oh, that won't be necessary. I just want to take you on a tour around this place.
tour?
そうだよ。
Yeah.
せっかく
It's
来た
not
んだ
like you
し。
get in to see the
ちゃん
place
と
every
見て
day.
回った方が
Sure,
いい
you
で
don't
しょ。
want to look around, Miss
ライデ
Raiden.
ンメイさん。私の名前を知って
You
る
know
のね。
my name.
そう。
Yeah,
あなたのこ
I
と
know
を知
you.
って
We
る。
all do.
みんな
You're
知
an
ってる
honored
よ。
guest here. We
あ
want
な
to
た
steal
は
your
大
Hershey
事にさ
power.
見て回
Come
ろうよ。
on, let me show you
ここを好
around.
きになるかも
Maybe
しれ
you'll
ない
like
で
it
しょ。
here. Or even
歓迎す
better,
るよ。
decide to join
私
us.
たちの来ないの？
You coming
来
or
な
not?
いなら先
I'm
に行くよ。
leaving. With or without
攻
you.
撃してこなかった。
She didn't attack me.
罠。
This is a trap.
ひとまず様
I'll
子を
find
見ましょう。
out. Look at the big creepy puppet. Oh, the way it twitches is fantastic.
どう？そうかんで
Marvelous,
しょ。
isn't it? We
み
built
ん
this
なで作
together.
ったんだ。みんなって？
Who are we?
友達だよ。
My friends.
みんな
We're all
弱い
very
から
weak,
さ。
so we need to stick
団結
together
し
and help each
て
other.
この劇場で助け合ってるんだ。あらら。ごめ
Oh,
んね。
sorry. Someone
き
must
っと
have
誰
left
か
it
が
here
うっかりこ
carelessly.
こに落としたんだと思う。でも、
But
雷
you
の
should be able to
力
deal with it
が
with your
あれば
Hershey power,
簡
right?
単に倒せるでしょ。いいえ。こ
No
の程
need.
度の敵
My
は
blade will
力を
suffice.
使うまでもないわ。
I actually like the distinction there of, even though Mei is a Hersher, she doesn't need to use her Hersher power for this. She just uses her, like, pure skill. No? It's not this way? Where am I going? Down here. Ah, down here.
今度のおもちゃは少し
A lot
数
more
が
toys
多い
this
ね。
time.
早くしないと置いてっち
Hurry
ゃ
up,
うよ。
or you'll be left behind.
心配ないわ。
Don't
案内
worry
を
about
続けて。
me. Keep going.
律者なのに刀なんか使
A
わない
Hersher that
で。
waves a blade. How
雷
unbefitting.
でやった方
I'd
がかっこ
prefer
いい
lightning
で
if
しょ。
I were you.
Don't worry. When she needs to whip out the lightning, she will. So they're not exactly just toys left behind. She's getting annoyed that I'm beating them.
案内してくれるんで
I
しょ。
thought you were gonna show me around. Why stop now?
いい加減しらばっくれるのは
Yeah,
やめたらどう？
I know you were manipulating the
これらの
puppets.
バレた？
Oh, you found out.
雷の律
But
者
can
の
you
かっ
blame
こい
me?
い姿を
I
見て
just
み
want
た
to
か
take a
ったん
good
だ
look
よ。
at the legendary Hisher of Thunder.
The puppet explained half-heartedly, but May had her own considerations.
人形は1回で
A puppet can only summon 3 to 5 followers at a time, and it couldn't
本
fight
体
on
の
its
戦
own.
闘力があまりなそれにどうしてか
And I don't know why,
私に
but
律
she seemed
者の力を
persistent
使
in
わせ
seeing
よ
my
うと執
Hershey
着し
power.
てる。
More info was
他
needed.
に見て回りた
Do
い
you
場
want
所
to check
は
out
あ
other
る？
parts of this place?
あなたが言った
Tell me
みん
more
なの
about
こと
you
を
and
知
the
る。
others. Why would you want
ど
me
う
to
して
join
私
you?
にみんな弱いから
Because we were all weak,
み
desperate,
んな
and
失敗
considered
を経験
losers.
してまあ
Oh,
今
of
のあ
course,
なた
you're
は強い
powerful
よ。
and different now.
私た
But
ちとは違
earlier,
う。
it would make sense to
も
invite
っと
you.
早く
Yeah,
会
I
えて
can
たら
also see,
当たり前の
especially
よ
if
うに
Kiana
招待で
hadn't
きたの
stepped
に。
in, May to have fallen into this kind of mentality where, like, she didn't have anything. What was the point of life? She was literally going to kill herself. That was more out of, I think, the guilt and the threat that she posed rather than her isolation. But I definitely think that without Kiana, she would have cursed the world a lot more.
でも今のあなたでも
You're welcome
こ
here,
の劇
even
場に
at this
入る資
moment.
格はどうしてそう思うの？
How so?
だって
Because
あなたの
there's still
心の
despair
中
in
に
your
はま
heart.
だあなたの考え
Yeah,
が
but
わかるよ。
not
ネゲントロピー
in the
も
way
天
that
命も彼女を
you
救えない。
think there
誰かが
is.
立ち上がって状況を変えないと。
The despair in her heart is more just how much now she wants
そ
to
の
save
誰か
Kiana,
はあなた自身。
and her kind of going against a lot of her regular morals to do so. But that is a reason she would now never give up. rather than one for her to give up.
I know how you feel. AE can't save her, and neither can Chixel. No one but you can do something about it.
Yeah, okay, so they do know it is because of Kiana. But again, like, this is a reason she'd never give in, rather than actually giving in. Even when she does, like, we know a version of her that fails, and she doesn't give in. She becomes a self-annihilator, Acheron became a self-annihilator of Nihility. But she didn't give in to Nihility. Self-annihilators, like, eventually will succumb to it, but they're actively fighting against it.
Just like you. Everyone here once fought hard against injustice in life.
I don't think that's true.
But it made no difference. Solve this problem and another pops up. Correct this mistake and another occurs. In the end, we failed to change anything at all.
Sounds like you've been through a lot.
Yeah? Did you see the guy outside?
The man helping you?
Yeah! His sister died a few days ago. When she was lying in the hospital bed, he never went there to see her. Can you imagine how desperate she was? And I was.
This is really interesting, because before, my understanding was that this just was like the people the people that either died or didn't die and just became the Hersher of dominance. But it's more that each fragment of the Hersher of dominance is, like May is saying here, born from her despair. They're not exactly the same person. They're a fragment of them, but they're almost this like pure despair, pure like emotion of nihility that is remaining. So technically, I guess May could have given into it because of that if it just pulled the despair part of her, although I still don't think May herself, like you're saying, her strong willpower preserves her in all these types of situations. She's in fact a very direct counter to this kind of character, to the Hersher of dominance, in a very similar way that Sela was.
Wah, papa, wah, wah, papa, wah, wah, papa.
How was the testing for Uma Musume? How was Hans? But yeah, in a very similar way to how Sela was a counter to this, where like Red Sela had her despair and her negative emotions, but it wasn't in the same way that those that are becoming the Hersher of dominance are. Both May and Sela's despair pushed them forward, whereas these characters' despair, either through the circumstances they were living in or the despair itself, is pulling them back. And that's the big difference between the negative emotions that the characters that like we're seeing and the ones that are becoming the dominants are. And I think we might see more of that, where the dominance is going to be surprised that people, maybe even outside of the main characters, are going to reject them despite having these negative emotions, because they are using them to drive themselves forward. And it's a very interesting distinction. It worked well. I can now pretty well stream my phone games if I want to. Oh, that's cool. Being able to do it from phone, or being able to do it on phone, like, makes it so that you're not holding... there's just not many issues. Took me 2 hours to go through one training, though, with full skipping, and the dailies of the game expect you to do one training a day to get any God's currency from daily missions. That would be something that probably will stop me from playing Uma Musume. I mean, like, I know it's a commitment, but that's too much. You know how long I spend in Genshin and Star Rail? Less than 10 minutes, probably. ZZZ's a little longer right now, just because, you know, it's newer. Oh man, did Ian come out? That's the reason I never do the dailies in game. It's easily the harshest. HA3 dailies take me about 20 seconds. Yeah, no, I mean, like, I log in and I get a bunch of stuff on this. Granblue doesn't have dailies. It has dailies in the sense that there are raids, but, like, Granblue is a marathon, not a sprint. Granblue is play when you feel like playing and do what you feel like doing. Azur Lane does not take long at all. I think you do one battle and you're done. You gotta make dailies quick, or you're gonna burn your player base out. Even, Alchemy Stars doesn't take long. I need to get back to Alchemy Stars. The CCC dailies are really speedrunning. If you're... I mean, like, you get the actual dailies done very quickly, and it takes a little bit to do to use your stamina. It does take a while to do the weeklies in ZZZ. The longest part of ZZZ dailies is the hangouts. The hangouts take a minute. Well, so with Genshin now, you store up points. So for they added a few patches ago in Genshin that opening chests and completing quests and doing that stuff would count towards commission clearing. Now you can store them up. So right now, like, I did all of the event, I have 100 points, or over 100 points of commissions, which means I could right now never do another quest for the next, what would that be, like 20 days? For like a month, basically, and just use my resin. But obviously I have hangouts to do, I have stuff to do, I have events to do. But so basically, I kind of was playing for a while with Genshin where it was like, if I was exploring a new area, I'd go until I finished the 4 commissions, and then I'd stop, and then I'd explore more the next day. Now you don't have to, because it just stores it up. And it's great. I appreciate it a lot. And that even, and you just spend your resin, and it counts. And that even means just, like, turning them into, the hard resin. I like it. Genshin has definitely been trying to, get better at quality of life. But no, 2 hours is crazy.
But after she was gone, he suddenly grew heart and realized he had lost the only family he had. He was too late. But fortunately, there is still me. I came to him. Don't cry, big brother. I'm right here. Since then, you've been following my orders and taking me wherever I wish to be.
Hopefully it because yeah, I mean, like, any new thing is going to take a while just because of the amount of content you have. Hopefully, though, yeah, it's not as long once you're, like, in the game. Catching up is the hardest part of any gacha.
We were gonna make him join us, but you caught him first. Alright, it's okay if you don't feel like joining us. There's another way for us to help you. We can turn you and your dear Kiana into normal girls.
Looks familiar. How do you plan to accomplish that?
Just like this.
The puppet approached May and posed a strange gesture as if channeling some form of power.
Ta-da!
As it opened its closed palms, a ball pen fell to the floor. What's this?
The Harsher Reason's power from your friend. It's a shame I stayed in the hospital for too long to think of anything else.
Oh, no. If I just needed one race in the training scenario, that'd be fine, but it wants you to finish one full training scenario, which takes long even if you don't want to read anything. Yeah! Ugh. We'll see. We'll see how I enjoy it. I really like the designs of Uma Musume, so it's definitely what I want to get into. I love horror. May examined the ball pen on the floor. The blue shimmer meant it was indeed a creation of the Hersher of Reason. She frowned and directed her eyes back to the puppet, but Bronya was still taking the strain of it. So, like, this is obviously a lie.
Understand. What does the Hersher of Reason have to do with your proposal? Reshaping us using her power. Like,
Kiana would still be vaguely dying from the power. Especially if more of them are using it. Oh yeah, we're playing HA3. I try to keep going through it even as I talk about other stuff. You weren't listening. The Hersher of Reason is not the point. We can take your powers. Just take my hand and clench. Your power will become mine in a jiffy. It didn't feel like a lie, so... How about it? Isn't it simple and brilliant? No, you're fine, Hope. I was expecting it. You give me the Hersher of Thunder's power, and I'll help you take the Hersher of the Void's power as well. This way, both of you can live a normal life and never have to worry about Honkai anymore. Sounds convincing, but how can you make sure Kiana won't take it back again? Take it back? Impossible. A mere mortal without the power stands no chance against us. They clearly don't know that May technically took the power from Kiana, which is why I'm interested to see how Bronya is going to get her abilities back. The conclusion jumped out. So, will you consider? May shook her head and reached for her blade once again. According to what you said, you won't need my power to take the Hersher of the Void's power, right? If so, how about you turn her into a normal person, and I hand over my power then? Huh? It does make sense, but without your power, you might not be able to beat her. Yeah, my thoughts exactly. What? May readied her battle stance. Sorry, I don't trust you to beat Kiana in any circumstances. Your proposal is pointless to me. I thought you'd be able to understand, but apparently I was being too nice. Guess only the hard way works. These cost us more than 10 hours to make. I wonder how long you can hold on without your Hersher power. Easily, apparently. Now try this. The fat baby was tough to make. Round and big, cost a lot of materials. Something went wrong. Looks like you haven't mastered the Hersher of Reason's power yet. I see what you're doing, but I'm not taking the bait and telling you. I mean, you just did. Don't worry, I've got one more big toy. Huh? What is this? Too slow. What? Who? Bang! puppet collapsed to the floor.
トリガーを引くのが早すぎたか
Did I pull the trigger
何を
too
言おうと
soon?
したんだ
What was it trying to say?
どうせ聞く価
Nothing
値
of
もない
value
ことだよ
anyway.
With the sudden change of surroundings, the two found themselves back in the real world.
戻ったな
We're back.
どうやら接触して
Seems
きた
that
人
once the
形を倒せば
contact puppet is
支
broken, the
配
connection
劇
with
場
the
との
theater
つ
will
な
be
がりを
cut.
立てるよ
Some
ね
sort of insurance.
In the box now lay a puppet, broken into pieces.
あの男の人はどうするの
What about the man?
そのままにしてここの担
We'll
当
just
者
leave
に
him
任せ
there.
よう
Someone will take care
あ
of
んな
him.
奴に同
He
情は
doesn't
いらない
deserve our pity.
さっき
Just
人
now,
形
the
が
puppet
断
used
り
the
なり
Hersher
者
of
の
Reason's
力を使
power.
ったわ
私も見た
I saw too.
探りを
Want
入
me
れ
to
て
ask around?
ええ頼むわ
May lowered her head and began to chew on what the puppet said.
戦いの途中
In combat, he
人
kept
形は
trying to make
私
me
に
use my
律者の
Hersher
力を
power.
使わせ
Maybe
ようと
there's
し
a way
た
to take my power without the
奴らは
core.
律者コアの
そんなことがで
She's
きる
catching
の
on
か
fast because we know the core is still in Bronya.
Can it be done?
おそらく条件がある
From
んで
the
しょ
way
う
it
けど
talked, yes. But there are
あの
conditions.
口ぶりからすると
I didn't use my
それ
power,
さ
so
え
it
満た
wasn't
せ
able
ば
to.
奪うこと一つ推測が
I
あるん
really
だ
like how quick May is on like catching on to things like this. We saw it in the real introduction to Raven chapter. I guess technically she was introduced the one before, but like May has and I mean she's the samurai character, of course she is, but she has a real good sense of like, one, when people are trying to deceive her, and two, what is actually going on in a combat, and when people are trying to get her to do something. She's pretty much never fallen for a trap. If she has, it has been intentionally springing it. But like, yeah, she understood very quickly, hey, maybe I shouldn't use my Hersher power here. Something's not right.
なんだ
What is it?
黄泉の杖を覚えてる
Remember the scepter of dwarfs?
効果は違
It
うけ
works in a similar way.
この二つ
もう少し分かりやすく言ってくれないか
つまり
They are based
ど
on the
ちらも
same
律
working
者コア
principle.
と虚
Break
数
the
空間
connection
の
between
つ
the
ながり
Hersher
に干
core
渉
and the
する
imaginary space.
This also makes sense as to why she would understand it, because they literally saw it, a similar concept in action.
こう考えましょう律者コア
You
は
can think of the Hersher core as a faucet controlling the energy
蛇口から
flow,
流
the
れ出
energy
るの
flow
は
from the
虚数
imaginary
空間の
space.
エネルギー黄泉の杖は乱暴
As
な
the
手
scepter
段
of
で
dwarf works
水
by
の流
blocking
れ
the
を
flow
止める
brutally,
そして人形は
then the puppets are using another pipe to redirect the flow
水を
into
自
their
分
own
たちの
pool.
OK と
そう言われてみると
I see the
確
similarity
かにそ
now.
うだ
渡りガラス
Raven,
この人形を
could
持
you
って
take this puppet
先
back
に帰っても
first?
らえる
別に構わな
Of
いが
course. But can
お
you
前
tell
は
me
これ
what
か
you
ら
plan
ど
to
うする
do?
つもりだ
この目で確
There's
認しなきゃ
something
い
I
けな
need
い
to
ことが
confirm myself.
Bam, bam, bam. Bam, bam, bam. Is this a 12er or is this a 20er? A 13er. I wish this was. I mean, I could just pull out my mouse, but. Hua. Okay, we're switching back to the gals. We're going after the Hersher of Sentience now. The front gate of a college, New Jersey State.
ここよ
There we are, where the first Hersher of Dominance is born. Does she mean first as in the initial one of this? Or the... Like, it could be the one from the previous era? But she's probably talking about the initial one from this batch. Because technically nothing is left of the previous era.
いい大学ですね
A nice college.
This chapter should roughly take you the same amount of time to complete this last chapter. That's about what I thought. After the assault on the base, Dr. Einstein recalled Fu Hua and asked her to recall. I did say, okay. It's the same word, but different context. Dr. Einstein recalled Fu Hua and asked her to investigate the Hersher of Dominance. Yeah. The first one of this batch of the Hersher of Dominance. That's what I figured, but there technically was a Hersher of Dominance before this. But it wouldn't make sense to go to a specific college to find one from the previous era. Because, like, the continents are the same, but the actual locations aren't.
We learned something about the Hersher from the puppets, but the information is disorganized, like puzzle pieces. We traced the first puppet back to a college in New Jersey State. The host is a medical professor. For now, we're calling the individuals possessed by puppets hosts.
彼を見つければいいのね。もし彼がまだ生きていればだけど。
The previous era Hersher of Dominance cores were transformed into the Xuanyun swords that Fu Hua and her disciples eventually used. That's really cool. Okay. That's the divine key that it was turned into. Okay. We need to find him if he is still alive.
Yeah, it's best we save him. If that fails, the puppet needs to be retrieved. Please take caution as not to break its core. Important intel can be extracted from the cores, especially the first one.
どうして？
Why?
Imagine a family tree. It always starts with a couple and then branches out. It's more or less the same as the Hersher of Dominance. By comparing the first puppet with the others, we might be able to learn something critical to the Hersher's birth, propagation, and powers. Of course, the family tree is just a simple analogy. But one thing is for sure, we need the first puzzle piece.
私たちの任務は
Her mission is to infiltrate the college and investigate the professor. But if we can take him and the puppet back, I do actually really like this outfit for Teresa. I don't really like the earrings, but the rest of it's nice. Shixel's also sent Valkyries to retrieve the Hersher core. World Serpent won't send idle either. They may even have laid their hands on the puppet, but still, we need to gather as much intel as we can.
Understood.
How did it go, hunting the Hersher sentience?
I failed to track her down, but she is somehow connected with the core in me. It allows me to see some odds and ends.
Shared vision or senses?
Yes, but just a flash.
So, is Senti, like... Does she mean, like, track her down in her mind, or is Senti literally running around? Like, because she took the... Okay, it is in the mind. That's what I thought. Just the description was a little weird, because I'm like, wait, but Fu Hua took the body back over. Okay. Are you worried about her?
She's a Hersher, but not a bad person. I fear Honkai may lead her astray again if she's on her own.
Well, can you locate her using your Hersher core?
Afraid not.
Because she's not the Hersher of sentience.
The core is in me. The Hersher power lies in her, with Fen Huang down serving as a medium.
Yeah. No, that makes a ton of sense. You could say she's a suppressed persona like Sirin is for Kiana. Right. This is actually an incredibly interesting concept. Because this is the very... I talked about this when we talked about Senti before. And when I was talking about Sela... if, like, Red Sela was the Hersher and only Red Sela. But because Fu Hua's consciousness wasn't in the body, Senti didn't develop as a Hersher consciousness in the sense that the others would. Like, you know, again, we saw the Hersher of Thunder consciousness appear in May, but it was part of May. It gave it over to May immediately. Because Fu Hua wasn't there, sentience is technically her own person, even though they share a body. It's not even in the same way that Kiana and Sirin are, where they are different people technically that share a body, because they are one thing. And again, Kiana was always there with Sirin. So that's actually, that's another fascinating difference in the way that these Hershers develop. The patterning is the same, the concept is the same, but the circumstances around it make it different. Hello, Freya. Hello, Raiders. How are we doing on this day? I'm the ever illustrious Saus's Grand Tomato Slime Extraordinaire. I needed to read that. Tomato Slime Extraordinaire. I play many horror games and RPGs and mystery games. And this is Honkai Impact 3rd. It's a Hoyoverse game like Genshin and the Star Rail, but the first one. But yes, hello. How was stream? How is my favorite milk doing? Let's go lactose. I cried lots and lots. Hell yeah. We'd love to see Freya cry. Everyone, if people aren't following Freya, I highly recommend it. She's very funny. Crystal Galanis is first. Congratulations, I mean first. What's my top favorite milks besides Freya? Hope this is a family-friendly stream. How dare you ask that? Like a tug-of-war game. If I wish to tap into the Hersher power, I need to pull her to my side. But I can't right now. She has the other end of the rope firm in her grip, no matter how hard I try. Oh, oops, I went all the way to the top. Of course, it can also be because of the dissolution of Benhuang Down, and my yet to recover power. I want super sugary coconut milk so badly. I recently found out that coconut milk is pretty dope. I've never had it. I've had coconut, and I don't like coconut. But coconut milk might be different. Nut milk, nut milk, nut. It's not even really milk. It's like, it's milk juice.
Is your body suffering from this?
What's the extent of crippling my performance in the mission?
That's not the voice.
Thanks for asking, Principal.
Principal. After learning your past, After learning your past, it began to feel weird when you addressed me this way.
That's so. But you're the principal of Saint Freya.
Not anymore, she's not.
Only according to official title.
Saint Freya is the school for the Valkyries, but it is very funny that Freya has raided us in while we're talking about Saint Freya. I want to now believe that Otto named it after good friend Frukanugnug. That might be the stupidest thing it's said in a while. I mean, you tell me, Hope, that Freya would not love Otto Apocalypse. Otto is a Freya court character to the extreme. No, I can't. I can't get over freaking Nugs. I don't know why. It's not even funny. Alright, anyway.
I heard about the Salt Lake base. Is everything okay?
I know Otto's the only thing I know about Honkai I need him. I think, Freya, you should get into HI3 specifically for Otto Apocalypse.
Branya is stable now. Her Hership power was taken, but she's physically fine. As a precaution, Kiana is now stationed at the base and doesn't take field missions.
You're one of the Hersher of domination puppets now. Howl coded. I've never seen Howl's Moving Castle. In fact, the only Ghibli movie I've ever actually seen is Kiki's Delivery Service, and I think Ponyo, but I've never seen Spirited Away in full. I've never seen Totoro in full. All we need is Kiki. Please watch Howl's Moving Castle. It made me feel like I had a long childhood crush on Howl despite only watching it as an adult. Pro tip, Porco Rosso is slept on. One of my Austrian friends adores Howl's Moving Castle, so I definitely should watch it at some point. And then read Howl's Moving Castle to see how actually originally he was worse. We love it. Favorite Ghibli movie is Castle in the Sky. I need to watch Ghibli movies, just like do a binge of them, because they're fantastic. Like, I know this. Kiki is one of my favorite things in the world. Just didn't. Yeah. I don't know, like, we had a videotape of Kiki, and like the things I watched a lot were that, The Iron Giant, which is my favorite movie, and Brave Little Toaster.
Wise decision, giving up the new Hersher is likely aiming for more Hersher power. I feel sorry for her. Her hard-earned freedom of movement was revoked, and she has to stay in the tiny room again. At least this time it's for her protection, not like everyone's protection. Maybe she doesn't mind it at all. That's exactly why I feel sorry. The old Kiana back at St. Freya would have raised hell. She's totally different now.
I watched Totoro on constant repeat as a kid. Later on, I took a liking to Princess Mononoke. I'm gonna just one day just binge the Ghibli movies. The problem is I'll probably want to watch them in English, and I really like the Kiki's Delivery Service dub. It does change the ending, even though I like that ending better. Yeah. Thank you for the follow, Glyphy T. I hope you enjoy your stuff in the archive, and I hope you enjoy your stay.
Feels like yesterday when she blasted about becoming an A-rank Valkyrie and handling missions on her own.
Yeah, now she'll never be an A-rank Valkyrie, because we've betrayed the group that gives rankings to Valkyries. That's what breed of tomato you are. Slime. I'm a tomato slime. I'm a funny tomato boy. I've only watched them in Japanese because here in Finland we just got most things subbed, and of course we take the original, not the English dub. That makes sense. Except for, I know there are weird Finnish dubs of things occasionally, and I want to learn more about them because I've heard they're nearly nonsensical. I think I've heard this from you, but I might have heard it from TikTok. Also note, asking me what kind of tomato I am is not weird, but I am a tomato slime. I'm a little slime boy that has the coloration of a tomato. Hold on, I have a picture of the Slimer form, which was technically originally going to be different, but then other people drew arts of it, and they're really good. That's what I want. Sorry, Teresa. Sorry, Fuhua. We'll get back to you in a second. I need to talk about me, because I'm the most important. Fan art. The one I want is not. But I guess I can pull up the one Cinder made of Squishing Me, which is, I believe, an emote. I'll leave that there for a second while I go find Izu drawing me drowning. Even though I can't drown because I don't need to breathe. Where the hell would it be? Where in the fuck would it be? I can't find it, I can't find it. I would have thought it would be in here somewhere, though. In there. Well, it wouldn't be in there. There. And there. Not in there. Nor there. Or there. While my slimy bitties may be tomato flavored, I would not recommend eating me, as there is a mass amount of extremely potent acid within me. Slime acid that will melt you forever. I did find my old anatomy image that I made of how I work. The outer membrane should technically be bigger, but sounds tasty? No, it will melt you, Hope. I cannot find me drowning. One last check. Because if it's not here, I literally have no idea where I would have saved it. I know it's here somewhere. I've used it before, and somewhat often. Nope. The shame Waddle isn't here. I bet Waddle has it on hand. Oh, nope, I can't find it. I'm not going to spend an hour looking for it. But yeah, I'm a funny little guy. Please enjoy me. I'm cool. Yep. Principal. You can't find me drowning because you already drowned all the way to the bottom, but I can't actually drown. Man, I want to eat a tomato, just bite into it like an apple. I don't even like the tomatoes, but still, no, it's good. Tomatoes have a great texture. They're fantastic. People who don't like tomato are my enemies. That includes Rika.
Sometimes I think about the good old days when she was loud and annoying and carefree. She's a real pain in my ass, actually. She barely laughs now, and even when she does, there's always bitterness in it.
See, I don't like tomato on my burger for a very different reason, which is, I think the taste of tomato on a burger is good. But tomato on a burger is the thing that causes everything to become a mess, I feel like. Where, like, I can have lettuce, I can have onions, whatever, it's all fine. But you add that tomato and suddenly, like, everything starts pouring out and slipping around. No, it sucks.
But I guess it can't be helped. We all have to keep moving and lose something in the way.
We all have to keep moving and lose something in the way. I mean, we don't have to.
Yana, Branya, May, and you too.
Me?
You're a St. Freya student.
Thank you.
Alright, enough chit-chat. Let's get down to business. To defeat the Huns. I got this outfit to try to blend in.
It suits you. The two walk towards the campus. Yeah, if you need to sleep, Hope, have a good sleep. I hope it is restful. Hey, you there. Wrong way.
Huh?
Wrong way. This kid is not in use. No, but this is a college. Primary school is across the street. He's gonna kill them. Oh, right. Sorry. Fuhua held Teresa's hand in her. No!
この子は私の
This is my baby sister. It's a dream to study here, so I took her for a campus tour. Oh, I see. The guard bent down and looked at Teresa with fatherly, caring eyes. I got a friend whose daughter is about the same age. She wants to study here someday too. In New Jersey? Whose dream is to study in New Jersey? Little girl, what do you want to study when you grow up? Same major as your big sister?
Yeah, my big sister told me his school is pretty. Can you please let us in to look around?
Yeah, of course. Be a good kid at school, and someday you can study here too.
I will.
Poor Teresa. The guard turns to Fuhua. Your baby sister is so cute. You're welcome to look around. Just don't make any trouble.
ありがとうございます
Thank you. Fuhua took Teresa's hand and they went in together.
Why do I have to look like a child? It's so inconvenient.
それは
On the bright side, many would die to look forever young as... No, not as young as her. Most people would want to be forever young, looking like they're somewhere from 16 to 25. Not mistaken for an elementary schooler.
I'm never getting into this stupid outfit again. Anyway, we should start with the professor's office. Let's sneak in.
It kind of looks like Saint Freya. It's almost like asset reuse. I actually really like that they have that comment. Because this is just Saint Freya Academy.
皆さん帰省したのでしょうか
It's a summer vacation. Everyone must have gone home.
Alright, but everyone still stays at St. Freya during summer vacation.
Because it's a military school.
Here we are.
They walked into the room and Teresa took off the coat for disguise.
結構散
And
らかっ
the
ていま
UI's
すね
really... The UI is really considerably less polished than the later titles. It's kind of charming. The jank is... Yeah, I mean, there is a charm to the jank. I've said it before. This is easily the best Toyo story. It is by far the worst Toyo game. It, like... I wish it was easier to like, get people into it, because the story is fantastic. The characters are incredible. But, like, it's so held back by the game. It is very, very old. And made for a time when it was just a phone game. The PC port came way later. Whereas, like, now they make, like, ZZZ Genshin and Star Rail are all made to be PC games that you can play on your phone.
Let's look around. Maybe we'll find something.
Teresa and Fuhua began to search through the files on the desk.
Our schedule. Wow, she gives a lot of lectures.
ローンの通知書に
Notice of
電気
late
代の
loan
催促
payment.
書
Notice of late utility payment. Guy needs money.
どうやら経済的なトラブルがあったようです
Means he's having a bit of financial trouble. A notebook at the corner suddenly caught Fuhua's eyes.
これは
A diary.
日
Well,
記で
this
しょうか
this takes a turn.
The professors?
名前からして
I think
その
so. Teresa and Fuhua opened this thick diary. Remember, everyone, move your headphones every now and then to different positions so that you don't get the headphone dent on your head.
The front entries seem normal. May 15th, sunny. It's been a half a month, but still no word. May 17th, paper was rejected. Damn it, I don't understand how important this research is.
Teresa frowned and turned to the next page.
Rejected by 7 journals now. Okay, that's it. No one gets this groundbreaking research. You seem to have built up a lot of negative energy.
Teresa turned a few pages.
Dead end. No progress this month either. Not a penny left. Last night I dreamt of a theater. Here it is.
劇場は非常に
It's
広
massive,
く
Gothic style. Reminds me of the Victorian period. Empty.
映画で
Maybe it
見
was
た
built for
ビ
me.
クトリア朝かすかに声が聞こえた
Oh, this looks like a page is actually
私
ripped.
はここにいるべきだとみんな
Somehow
は
I heard a
ここ
voice
にい
saying I
るべきだ
belong
と
here like everyone else.
みんな
Who
と
is
は言った
everyone?
そう
Yeah,
そうだよ
yeah, one man's voice is
一人
small.
の声は
We need
小
more
さく
partners, a strong
弱い
voice.
待って
Wait,
私は
what
一
am I
体何
scribbling?
を書いている
Must be the pressure lately.
またあの
I was
劇
in
場
the
の
theater
夢を見
again.
た
Two hands pushed me to the center
私
stage.
は誰かに
I
背
danced
中
and
を押
sang.
され
Huge applause for
舞台
me.
の精神科を予約
Maybe
し
I
た
should
方
see
が
a
いい
shrink.
かもしれな
I've been
い
looking forward to returning to the theater lately.
From this entry on, every new one was not dated and became more and more like
昨
casual
日は
notes.
一日中眠っていたみた
I
いだ
seem to have slept the last day off.
何の
Can't
記憶も
remember
ない
anything at all. When I woke up, I found a
目覚めた時
wooden me.
目のこの木製の私が人形ね
This me must be a puppet.
その身長も
It
座
looks
る姿
exactly
も
like me. Even the
顔も
posture is the same.
私とわ
I
かった
understand now. The theater is where I belong and it's calling for me. The puppet is to replace me in real life.
支配劇場へようこそと
Welcome to the theater of
夢の
domination.
中で
Someone said this to
誰
me
か
in
が
my
私
dream.
にそう言
No,
った
wait. It wasn't my voice.
The writing became sloppier and sloppier. Hydrate, I will.
解剖手術解剖
Yeah, so
支配
to give a brief understanding of things to people who don't know HI3,
支配
essentially,
解剖
the world is under attack by monsters called the Honkai. And as part of the will of the Honkai, occasionally things will awaken in humans, which is called becoming a this category is Hersher. And they're basically Honkai in human form, quote unquote. That's at least like the general idea. And they're supposed to like do cataclysmic things to destroy all of humanity. This arc is about the Hersher of Domination, who instead of being one specific person like all of the other Hershers, is like basically spread among hundreds upon hundreds of people, and it is the Hersher of Domination. And that all the people involved are basically puppets, and they feed on negative, like super negative people to become more of the collective. And that Neon Genesis Evangelion crossover May was functionally Shinji. That's hilarious. I think it was only Asuka that was in the Neon Genesis the Evangelion crossover. It is technically called Honkai Impact 3rd because it is the first Honkai game. Gun Girl Z was Honkai Gakuen 2 in Japan and China. I don't know what the first one was, but Genshin is technically Honkai 4 and Star Rail is technically Honkai 5. They basically took the entire plot of Neon Genesis Evangelion and swapped out the characters of HI3. That's amazing. That is a hilarious way, actually, to do a crossover plot. Just up to one of the later angels. That's still really funny. I like that, honestly. But yeah, so we are dealing with the Hersher of Domination right now. It doesn't seem to actually have domination powers per se, but it is like it seems to be that it is like removing all of the emotions other than pure negativity from the people that it like starts taking over when it brings them into the collective. So that might be part of it, but it doesn't seem to have like mind control yet. That was more honestly the Hersher of Sentience's domain, where it wasn't really mind control, but it was like mind manipulation. But so far there have been there is the Hersher of Reason, there is the Hersher of the Void, there's the Hersher of Wind, there's the Hersher of Thunder, there's the Hersher of Ice, there's the Hersher of the Stars. I miss Owl every day. There's the Hersher of Sentience, and we're dealing with the Hersher of Dominance right now. I don't know if you explained it because I left for a sec. The game is called Impact Third for the third Honkai Impact. Right, that is also part of it in that, like, you literally have a Honkai Impact or Eruption, which is the event where, like, there can be Honkai Impacts, it seems, without a Hersher developing, but usually that is when they develop. And yeah, the third Honkai Impact was what was May becoming a Hersher. So what's Honkai Star Rail? Honkai Star Rail is not technically related right now. Other than Star Rail is mostly its own story, but Welt, who is from this game, is the same Welt. Like, Welt's finish at the end of this game goes into Star Rail, basically. Otherwise, the Honkai in Star Rail is basically just branding. Just like the Impact and Genshin Impact is basically just branding. Because in other languages, it's just Genshin. But yeah, it's the story is really, really good. I say it every time, but I wish there was an anime for it. Teresa squinted and tried in vain to distinguish the writing. She turned to the next page with hope. Ah! It's covered in scribbles. The voice in the dream, the theater, and the puppet. Every victim had the same experience. After the puppet shows up, they become distraught, fall unconscious, or go missing. The puppet starts to play them. And the theater is their base. According to what Bronya and Sela said, it seems to be a closed space cut off from reality. Puppets can enter and exit freely, or even reject others from entering, like ticket takers. No more clues in the diary, only what we already know. But then again, it wouldn't be here if there's something new. Let's check the staff living quarters. And I want to talk to the guard about the day of the victim went missing. Okay, I'll head to the dorm so you can talk to the guard. I've played enough kid for a day. I remember the campus security is this way. Hello, what can I do for you? There seems to be a foreign body inside you. The puppet. Maybe I can help you with... Nope, not the right foreign entity. What happened to you? What? I came to treat you because I smelled the Hersher core. But it's the wrong Hersher core. But your case seems to be a thrombus... No, a tubercle? You can't use your power? You're a fake Hersher? Yeah, no, I really love the animation of these puppets. They're incredible. None of your business. You're the second patient with such a bad attitude now. That's not gonna help. Put those grippers away. Relax and cooperate nicely. I'll fix you in no time. Better fix yourself first. Old fuhas are not nearly as bad as old units of other characters, but man, I would like to be a more recent character. Oh, well, I guess this is the Dominance's power. Because it is taking control of Honkai and mechs. But we haven't seen it like actively take over a person yet, other than the members becoming part of it. You never argue with someone holding a deadly weapon. Goodbye. Stop right there. Look at that butt. Look at that puppet boot. You're not getting away.
Oh, a divine key? Interesting. But compared with dead cores like this one, living cores are better. Corpses are better left to the legal examiners.
あなたたち
What's your
一
purpose?
体何
Purpose, you say? Little one, do you know the ultimate purpose of medicine? Humanity's evolution, of course. I don't know that I agree with that. I mean, like, I guess medicine does lead to evolution, but like not really. It leads to people living, which leads to evolution, I guess. Actually, it goes against evolution, because otherwise you would naturally evolve to, like, ignore a disease. Yeah, I think medicine is more about helping people in the current day than evolution. It's definitely a much more short-sighted thing than that. Well, short-sighted, quote-unquote. It is obviously about preventing future disease also, but, like, it is about the now more than the future. Still don't get it? Far from a plague, Honkai is an antidote, a cure for humanity! Principal, we won't know more from it. Bored already? Okay, do what you must.
何をす
So this is probably the doctor. The first one. What? I'm only a shell. I was nothing more even when I was still human. My will and my consciousness have long merged with my partners. It's a theater of domination. I shall not die as long as there's one of us alive. And everywhere, we represent the future of humanity. The final victory belongs to us.
やれるものならやって
Big
みなさい
cock. Judah's chain pierced the puppet's
こ
chest.
れがあの教授の人形ね
This should be the professor's puppet.
コアは避けた
I
はずだ
avoided the
から
core. Let's take it back to Dr. Einstein.
博士
But
something feels wrong.
負荷もそう思う
You feel this way too?
なんだか
It went too well for me to feel comfortable. They didn't even fight back.
なるべく早く皆さんと合
We'd
流
better
しま
get
しょう
back soon.
ええ
Hmm. Oh, wait. Oh, uh-oh. I gotta go level my people. It's not giving me any trial characters anymore. Alright, well, we're gonna switch to mouse for this. Oh, uh-oh. Well, this is gonna be interesting.
闇は怖くありません。なぜなら闇の中に光がありますから。
I literally just have fucking whatever on everyone. Because I've at no point needed to use them.
人類よ、私に祈るがいい。
Sirin, my beloved.
力がみなぎってくる。
Max level. Hopefully things aren't like that difficult. Because like the supports they were giving me were level 70. And I'm not level 70. I don't really want to actually play HI3. Let's upgrade. Boy, I'm not familiar with the UI, like, at all. Well, this gets me in there. I don't like games where you're held back by your player level. It's why I can't get into Blue Archive, despite really wanting to. Alright, well... I guess we've upgraded what we can. Let's see how it goes. I'm worried. Tap here to view change character equipment. I don't even have any, like, friends on the game to borrow from if that's a thing I can do. I might have to get friends in this game. I saw Bronya. Is my team actually a lie? A few days later, something we gathered here today to share information on the Hersher core and decide our next move. Dr. Einstein and Tesla. The puppet brought back Fu Huan. The puppet brought back by Fu Huan Teresa validated my assumption. Simply put, the puppets form a wireless network, and the theater is their server. Puppets can share information in real time to a certain extent. This is how they gather intel. But it's not always the case. If a puppet so wishes, it can reject access by others. We only know this much. So they are an individual, but also a collective. Which is kind of what we knew, what I assumed at least, but that is a very interesting concept. On the other hand, we can also use the network to our advantage. The reverse tracking you brought up earlier? Yes. Based on dozens of sample cores we now have, we can figure out how many there are and where they are. This gave us a chance to turn the tables. We've identified and removed more than 10 puppets using this method. Yeah, but there's like hundreds of them. Knowing where they are and how many there are is the first step of fighting back. Sounds like good news. They're not good fighters. We have a very good chance if we can force them to face us head on. But there's a problem now. What is it? Their activities have stopped. Stopped? What do you mean? Literally. Stopped. Halted. Paused. Did they know that our information was leaking? Might be, but something else caught more of my attention. Their numbers stopped at 500. Okay, so can there only be 500? Like, is that the cap? Exactly half of 1,000. Correct. 2 days ago, their numbers dropped from 501 to 500, and since then, all their activities ceased. Okay, no, so there were more than 500. Does 500 have a symbolic meaning? They made no appearance for 2 full days. Like they suddenly gave up their plan. Their plan entered a new stage. They've created enough trouble for the world already. Things they broke we can fix, but the mutual distrust and chain of suspicion they created are hard to deal with. Look no further if you want to find a victim. I was blocked out of the base for half a month. The situation works against us. We can't allow them to lead us by the nose anymore. Before, we always rushed to the scene after the deed was done. We were forced to react and our forces were split thin. The little seal is adorable. I like the Bronya too, but the seal, So the best way is to strike preemptively. Gather them around in the controlled area and deal with them all at once. It won't be easy. Either of the two approaches, force them to gather or place a bait. It won't be easy. I guess, okay. I don't think a colon here works. It's not practical to force them to gather. There are too many of them all scattered around. The baiting stands over our best chance. We set up a trap too good for the Hersha to turn away. I guess I'll be Kiana. Wait! We need a bait that the puppets will certainly bite. That's right. Dead silence fell. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the next words from Welt. But he spoke no more. Instead, it was another voice that broke the silence. I'll be the bait. What? Kiana. The new Hersha is after Hersha power, and the two Hersha cores and me make a priority target. So I propose this plan to Mr. Yang. Well, cleared his throat. Let me explain. I'm not putting Kiana in danger. We plan to ride Hyperion to the Arctic base, the containment facility Congress proposed to keep the Hersha of the Void. From past experience, the puppets will certainly intercept information on the transfer. And the Arctic base is a no-man's land, stretching hundreds of kilometers. No puppets can be born there. The base is fitted with electromagnetic barriers, cutting the puppets off from the theater of domination. And so is the Salt Lake base now. Safe to say, from the Salt Lake base to the Arctic base on board Hyperion, this is their only chance to take you on. A weakness shown the enemy on purpose. They have only two choices. Take the Hersha of the Void at all costs, or let go. Of course, whether to follow through with the plan is to be decided by everyone present today. I'm on board. Dr. Einstein? We'd have the element of surprise and the puppets won't have much time to prepare. And we won't have to split up our forces since we only need to support Kiana on board Hyperion. It is genuinely the best plan. Because, like they said, it puts everybody together. Yes, that is Welt. Welt literally is direct. Welt, at the conclusion of HI3, Welt goes to Star Rail. It's the same Welt. Whereas the Branyas, the Seelas, the Himikos, everyone else is a different character that just has the same name and basic appearance. Welt is actually Welt from HI3. I'm for it too. It sounds like the most sensible one so far. That was that was the big reason that I started getting into HI3, was to learn, like, Welt's story. I thought he was a handsome old man with a white hair streak and deep sunken eyes. Why have fan artists given me false expectations? Oh, don't worry, he is. Freya, that man is, like, 83 years old. He's also, like, older and has gone through more shit in Star Rail. Let me pull up his Star Rail art. I love Welt, he's a good boy. He is the original Hersha of Reason. So basically, at one point, he went into... his body was destroyed at one point, and he's remade it using his Hersha powers. Hi, Shimasha. So yeah, this is Welt in Star Rail. He's got the white. He's much more tired. This is him in the end of HI3, I think. And then here's him in Star Rail. He's a fucking nerd in Star Rail. So basically, right now he's very, very stressed because he's dealing with end of the world plots. And so he's just very, very stressed out. In Star Rail, he's basically on vacation. Oh wait, I should make this a little smaller so that you can see me. Yeah, in Star Rail, he's basically on vacation. He also can't get back to here yet, which is unfortunate because he has left his wife, aka Tesla. But he's confident he will get back at some point. He's just like, he's on vacation in Star Rail, which is why he's a lot like more laid back and goobery. But Welt, the power of the Hersher of Reason is basically that anything that a human can comprehend, they can create. He has used that power to recreate his anime in the Star Rail universe. He's great. I love him. I want to see if I can find a gif of his idol animation. Not this one, but this one's also funny. This is a YouTube video. Okay, let's watch a YouTube video. Go away. That's not the one I want. That is cool. I love you, Wells, but that's not the one I want. I want Freya to see your old manness. Do you only have that one in the beta? Yes. Here it is. It's too bright. It's too bright for his old man eyes. I love it. I love Wilt so much. Alright. And for it too, it sounds like the most sensible one so far. Yeah, highly recommend highly recommend the story of HI3. Highly recommend Star Rail as a game and story. Very good. I'm a Hoyo shill. The room fell silent again. It's already 3-4. They're like, you're pretty much already outvoted. Principal Fuha, Branya, and Sila. I know I've been known to be associated with dangers. Who talks like this? But this time is different. I need you, all of you. I trust you and everyone at AE, and I need you to trust me too. Ugh, my AEs. Of course we trust you. We've never doubted you. We just can't help worrying about you. Yomna, you alright? Relax, I got it. Yeah, for those not into Honkai, Hoyo stuff, there are also, like, characters that, like, there are XP characters, like Bronya's one. There are technically two Bronyas in Star Rail. There's Bronya and Silverwolf, and they share the appearance and some story aspects of the original character, and that's basically it. And then the XPs in Genshin are even more different. Like Venti is an XP of the Wendy, the Hersher of the Void, the Hersher of Wind. Raiden Shogun is an XP of Raiden Mei in this, etc., etc. But Welt is the only one that is the same character. Pretty much all the XPs are their own character that just share attributes. I was talking about it before, how I think the XPs are really, really interesting in how they're used. Except for this one. Are the people saying the Natlan Archon is going to look like the one really... So, people thought that Himiko was going to be the Pyro Archon, but that was revealed a while ago to have been a mistranslation. Basically, Himiko's name in this is Himiko Murata, and things were translated that the Pyro Archon and the people of Natlan were called the people of Murata, and that the Pyro Archon's name was Murata. That was a mistranslation and has been since mostly proven to not be true. Not all of the Archons are XPs. Venti, Raiden, and Nahida are, but Farina and Zhongli are not. And it looks like the Pyro Archon is also not going to be. She looks kind of similar. She shares like vibes, but it's definitely not Himiko. It absolutely Nahida is absolutely an XP. I am full in this now. Because like Ruka Nevada is Colin. Ruka Nevada is 100% Colin, and it follows the story of the creating the clone that is a different person of them to be the one quote unquote replacing them. She also looks just like her. Now, I don't think that takes away from her. It's just based on like, it's mostly just based on appearance, especially in Genshin. In Star Rail, there's story overlap, like with Nat, which I talked a lot about in the Raven sections earlier today. But she's absolutely an XP. It was somebody pointing out the Colin to Ruka Nevada one that really convinced me of it last time? At some point.
I'm willing to do my best.
Looks like we have a conclusion now. Well,
今回の殲滅
the
作戦は
operation will start 3 days
3日後に
later.
執行する。
There's also Al-Haytham, who is a XP of Sue, who I have not met yet. Theater of Domination. Or as as me and my off-stream friends who I got back in Genshin have been calling him Al-Hatman. The assembly hall was exceptionally quiet. I think we all know the reason we're gathered here today. We heard the Hersher of the Void would be transferred to a base in the Arctic a few days later. They're daring us! The excited one stood up again. Are we to submit to this humiliation? But this time no one came forward to object. In their eyes were nothing but cheese chasing rats. They set up this apparent trap to insult us. At least they do recognize that it's a trap, even if they're gonna fall for it anyway. But if we let this chance go and stand idle, we'd prove we're even worse than rats. We know it's a trap, but we'll be there anyway, and come back with a prize. It'll be too late for them to regret when they see it's not rats, but a grizzly who takes the bait. So, they're not mindless puppets. They're basically... It's essentially, a person chosen by the Hersher of Dominance. I think they die. And basically, like, all of the emotion except for the negative emotions they have towards the world are removed, and then the personality with that emotion gets drawn into the Hersher of Dominance as both an individual and part of the collective. So they are still the people that became the Hersher of Dominance, but like extremely nihilistic, extremely negative, and stripped of any positivity that may have outweighed it. After this passionate speech, the space grew even quieter. Who else said? Oh, Calm Puppet was the one opposing Energetic Puppet earlier. It turned out someone who was against him now stood up to root for him. These arrogant bastards deserve to learn a hard lesson. We have a whole nother, like, chapter to this arc, though. Like, this is... I don't know if this is gonna go badly, but it can't go well. Let us show them what true unity is. Hear, hear. I guess if a different Hersher awakens, then it could. Like in the Owl segment. What could go wrong? So much. Voices of agreement and approval soon drowned the entire hall. I also feel like I think we're only like halfway through this chapter.
Damn right. I'm done getting belittled. We have power now, and partners sharing the same mind. This is something only us can achieve. Yeah! Right on, right on. The puppet on the judgment panel signaled to all be quiet with a thump. Well, I announce the motion goes unopposed. We will take the hush of the void. Okay. Okay. It did make me use my party, but then not actually use any of the characters in it. We're halfway through the trip to the Arctic. Haste makes waste. The enemies know this too. Ah, they're coming. Flying objects approaching at high speed towards the stern. Prepare for battle. Why are you making me play as a pre-reason Bronya? Okay, never mind, it is my characters. Okay, never mind, they're easy as shit. We're fine. The girl who lost her bike and the patient who refused to be treated. No, this is Fischl, and May, and the Hersher of the Void. Alright, I do need to pay attention though. I also don't remember how any of these characters work. I knew how Fischl worked at one point. If you're wondering, by the way, how Fischl is in HI3, she is like literally just a promotional crossover. Warning, multiple hostiles detected. Do not be encountered on deck. The deck. Zero, enemies are coming at you. Is this all just actually so I don't have to play Bronya? Please take care of Rosaria and Lily. Oh, Grace! Long time no see, Princess Double Colors. Looks like you're busy babysitting. Dragon, go! Over? The stern is clear. Huh? But the radar screen shows they're still there. Got inside the hull. Hyperion. How are you feeling, Kiana? Can't feel better, Principal. Kiana was in the makeshift EM barrier. She used the bait, but her contact with the puppets would be better kept at minimum. Look at you. The old Kiana wouldn't even sit still for 3 minutes. Yeah, I was like that. But it's my idea after all. I have to see it through. Giggles. What's that sound? Disturbing giggles came from every direction. The puppets! You here already? The giggling continued, but there was no sign of any puppet. The ventilation pipes! As if found in a hide-and-seek game, the puppet swarmed out from the ventilation pipes. Poor you! Please see his bait! At least I'm an effective bait. Say that again? When we finish with you, walk out freely. You can try. Takes a lot of nerve for a kid shorter than a cross to get in our way.
Why does it just have me play as the Bronya, Sela, and Teresa? Like, every other time has done that. They put Kiana in a bubble. It's okay, it's where she belongs. I say, I'm not a Kiana hater anymore. I am a Kiana enjoyer, unfortunately.
Teresa,
the puppet has invaded the ship's power system. Their target is the barrier and Kiana. What? The barrier is down. And they keep plan B. Kiana, remember, as long as you don't use the power of... Comm is jammed. Oh no! This is getting tedious. But I'll say it one more time for you. Kiana. Kiana. Welcome to the theater of domination. What could possibly go wrong? Okay, that wasn't as bad as I was worried it would be. Our target swallowed the bait. This is the theater of domination Brownie talked about. Well, manga review reference. I'm a bit behind, but I've read Second Eruption, AE Invasion, Azure Waters, Divine Key, hold on. That one yet. That might be it, but I feel like there was another one. Oh, the Serpent manga. The ones according to the guide that I haven't read yet that I should are Second Key, London Holiday, and Alien Space, but I'm not reading that for a while. And the Blade of Imperium. Oh yeah, no. Second Eruption was what pushed me to actually get into this more because of how good it was. That was when I decided to stream it. Hold on, I have to do it. I have to do a capture in Grand Blue. Captures suck. There we go, okay. Check it out, everyone. The big gift from Anti-Entropy. Weird applause sounded in the theater. It's hard to tell where it came from. Why don't we hold another assembly and decide what to do with the girl? I say we disassemble her like they did our partners. We lock her up and take our time to study her. Shouts and screams filled the space, and the irregular footsteps came forward.
This place is too small. Here's
Hey,
an open space.
We're going in the opposite direction that May did. Hey, you can't leave. We haven't decided on how to deal with you. Interesting that they haven't locked my skill and ultimate like they did when I was May. You think you're safe as long as you don't use your hardship powers? I mean, technically just did. We can take your core from your dead body just as easily.
Gotta hold on a little longer. Here it is. What? Trying to pick a good spot for your burial? Yeah, I am. But it's for you. Like it? Adorable as ever. Everything has changed about you, but the dumb brain has somehow managed to stay.
もう一度見て。私たちの人数とそっちの人数。あ、忘れるところだった。いいでしょう。せっかくあなたが広い舞台を選んでくれ、特別に私たちが算数を教えて。チャンスは一度
I
だ
got only
け。
one chance.
自分の力を
I must
コントロールする
control my power.
Are we finally gonna confront ourselves or confront Sirin directly? 3 days ago,
奴らに与えられた選択は2つのみ。
you only have two
空の律
choices.
者の力を
Take
諦
the
め
Hersher
る
of the
か
Void at all costs,
全力で
or
奪いに
let
行く
go.
のだ。
What could go wrong? No, it's okay. My girl Sirin's gonna come back.
もちろん後者になった場合、
Of course, if
三つ目
they
の状
choose the
況が
latter,
発生する
it
可
may
能
lead
性
to
が
the
ある。
to a third possible scenario.
人形がキアナを支配劇場へと引きずり込み、
The puppets will drag Kiana into the theater and force her to use the Hersher power.
時給
それに奴らは
And they
他
can
の
keep
人を劇場
everyone
に
else.
入れず
Kiana will
キ
be
ア
on
ナ
her
を
own.
一人に。
だ。
Correct.
だが逆に
But
言
on
え
the
ば、
other hand, it also
So
presents
that's
us
it.
with a
Bono
good
chance.
opportunity.
どういうこと？
What opportunity?
Well, then Kiana exchanged a look. Kiana nodded and stood up.
そんな状況になったら、
If that happens,
私は空の律者
I'll
の
use my
力を
Hersher
使
power
っ
to
て
bring Hyperion
ハイ
into
ペ
the
リオンを
theater.
支配劇場に
I
転送
brought
する。
up the possibility of Kiana doing things to mess with the theater, but I thought it would be to like block them from getting in or seal them in it. This ain't what I expected.
転送？
Little teleportation.
そんなこと
Can this be done?
できる？
理論上は可能だ。
Theoretically, yes.
退去研究を
Kiana has
覚えたこ
mastered
と
the
で
edge of Taishu
キ
and
アナは
thus can
律
use
者
her
の
Hersher
力
power
を
with
使うための
precision.
基礎ができた。式の律者の事件
In
で
the
も
previous clash with the
空間能
Hersher of
力を完
Sentience,
璧にコントロール
she'd
して
realized such
負荷を
potential
救
and
い出して
rescued Fuhua.
でも1回目が
But
成
we
功
don't
したか
know
ら
if
っ
she
て
can do it
2
repeatedly.
回目も成功するハイペリオンほどの物体
Kiana
の
has
転
never
送を
teleported anything as
キ
big
ア
as
ナは一度も
Hyperion.
やったこと一歩譲って
Even if she
転送
can,
対象
navigating
の大
Hyperion
きさをクリアで
precisely
き
into
て
the
も
theater would be a
支
tough
配劇場
challenge.
の中からでもできないわけ
But
じゃ
not
ない
impossible, right?
そう正確な緯度と経度を
Maybe you can put a
特
tracker
定の
on me?
信号に乗せて
I
送
believe
る
you
か
smart people can
もし
surely
く
think
は
of something.
私これは賭けになるわ
It's a gamble,
でも
but
賭
we
ける
have
価
to
値が
chip
ある
in.
支配の律者との戦い
In
の
the battle
中で
against the Hersher of
私
Sentience,
たちはずっ
we
と
were
受け身だ
reacting to her moves every step of the way.
敵を一網打尽にできず
We can take them all out, but they can retreat to the theater at any time. Also, we can't
私た
enter
ち
the
には
theater
自分の意思で
uninvited.
劇場に入る
I
方
do
法
really
がない
like that they're taking, because this also I talked about this with May. They're really actually learning from the things that have already happened, which is another benefit of it being like one concurrent story rather than like more episodic. Because it is like, here is our experience from this previous fight. how can we apply that to what's going on now, or that knowledge or information we learned, or what we were lacking in. It's very good. I appreciate it.
According to intel from the principal, our disadvantageous position will remain as long as there's one puppet out there. So this is perhaps our only chance to destroy their base once and for all. Wait, isn't Kiana supposed to avoid using her Hershey power? Besides, will she also suffer from the energy drain in the theater, like Bronya? The Hershey power will be taken once it's used. There are preliminary conditions to this theory. First, a puppet needs to be in close contact with the target. Second, the Hershey power needs to be used on the puppet. That's why they always keep a distance from you in the fight, with the hope of you using the Hershey power on them. Of course, we don't know if putting a giant hole in the theater would then do the same result. As for energy erosion, we're working on a solution. A simple isolation device should suffice. They mentioned something like this before. Raven had one like this. This plan involves a lot of uncertainty. The potential reward is too good to overlook. Of course, it's still up to everyone present here whether we follow through or not. Okay, and then everyone voted. Hi, I'm ready.
The problem is gonna be if this stops halfway, because the Hyperion will then get just like cut in half. Also, what is the actual? I'm realizing this. What is the actual lore on the Hyperion? Because in the beginning of the game, it just appears and like Kiana has control of it, and they don't explain beyond that. And then it's just a ship that they have. No idea, actually. Cool. I feel like we've like ignored that, and it is just a ship that they have. Because it's not particularly unique, but it's this big mystery, and it comes from like space or something. And then it's never explained. What? How is this possible? Kiana, can you hear me? Copy. Count's back online. Great. Hyperion preparing to drop support mechas. Check out this custom model for you dummies. Try hacking them this time. Oh, we did it. Oh, I was worried sick. Kiana, support is on the way. How weird. Do you not know the audience is not allowed on stage during the show? Let me teach you about the consequences of trespassing. Hyperion, fire! Hell yeah. Cannon support, we love it. What other toys do you have? Just bring them all out. Oh, there it is. How do you like this? Damn you, that's mine. How dare you? It broke? Serves you right. Enough, pressure of dominance. You're good at math, huh? How do you do the math and the odds of you winning? It's not over yet. You already lost. No, they'll do anything to make you one of us. Kiana! Kiana, watch out! The 500 puppets in this theater are coming at you. Ganging up on me, huh?
一か八か
They
の
must
勝
have,
負
they
に出
must
た
have
みたい
played the last card. There sure are a lot of them.
審判の時は来た
But they don't move very fast is the main thing. They don't react fast either. Hopefully this doesn't stun me for too long. It sure did. Worth it. They're so slow, they, like, even in my stun state, they don't get a hit off. Can I fight you? No? A puppet named Smith, a puppet named Libera. Wait, okay, they all have names. Goodbye, Harvey. Goodbye, Locker. Goodbye, Mitchell. Goodbye, Mia. Goodbye, Lumia. Gorg. Beard. Abby. Am I actually? Oh, I am actually killing 500 of them. Okay, no, I'm not. Oh, beam! That's some disgusting laughter. Latte! Barbara! Wait, but Barbara's dead. Phew, that's it. You're laughing. Haven't you seen you're the only one left? Yeah. Yeah. I'm all alone now. Again. Just like back in Arc City. Ooh. Arc City. Kiana. What's it all for? You tore us apart without any mercy. Like we were monsters without a heart. Think about it, Kiana. Is it true? We had our conviction, our vision, and partners. For the sake of the dying humanity, you slaughtered us without remorse. Is it really worth it? Are you done? Think about it, Kiana. Think about what you did. Bang! The puppet fell. It's over. Wait, oh, you made it. Energy signatures for the remaining 500 puppets are all gone. Well done, girls. Kiana, are you alright? I'm fine. Just a bit tired. The space is collapsing, and the theater will perhaps vanish with it. We should head back to Hyperion. Come, Kiana. Let Bronya help you. Thank you, Branya. Yeah, we did it. In the middle of the chapter. I'm sure nothing bad will happen ever. And that there's not like a new stage of the Hersher of Dominance coming. Very soon, with a violent rumble, Hyperion came back to the real world. Also, like, if we actually defeated them, Bronya would have her powers back. Phew, we're back. Wait, what are these on the deck? What's left of the puppets and their cores. 500 of them? Could be. God, it'll take a while to recycle them all. Just leave them to us. Good job, everyone. Alright, Mophead. Who's on duty today? It's you, Dr. Tesla. Huh? It's chapter 9 of section 9 of 13 of this chapter. Act 2, Act 5, Act 5, Scene 4. Like I can possibly go wrong. Oh, gross. It's this Kiana. 2 weeks later, Salt Lake Base. Dr. Einstein, you sent for me? Please take a seat. Kiana, do you feel better now? Oh, Sela's here too. Thanks for asking. I'm fine now. The checkup results indicate your body is fine. How's your appetite? Good. 4 meals a day and an extra burger on training days. I think I'm having a better appetite than before. Okay, no. The background music really sounded like Here Comes the Sun, which, like, took me for a minute. We're locked in our mind, aren't we? This isn't real. I'm gonna eat with everyone else now. Everyone's relieved that the puppet trouble is over. And Kiana impressed a lot of people. She's made new friends here. The lady at the cafeteria ordered me to go there earlier so everyone doesn't have to wait for me long. Dr. Einstein, anything new on the Hershey of Dominance? There's no way. The change in Kiana's personality is like what's keying me off that something's wrong. Every core was retrieved. No new Hershey events have occurred for 2 weeks. That's great. Kiana let out a sigh of relief. AE and Shixel have shared the intel with some countries. It's early to say it's behind us yet, but it's no longer a prioritized concern now. It takes time to restore the distrusted social order and heal the wounds. A lot of work to be done. But anyway, thanks to you, Kiana, we won the battle. No, it was a team effort. I knew you'd say so. Save your comments for tonight. Tonight? You forgot why I sent for you and Sela? Huh? The party! It's AE's 60th anniversary party. We've missed the date, but Dr. Einstein feels we should make up for it. Remember the shopping we did last time? Now's the time to start decorating. Oh yeah, the shopping feels like ages ago. Hard to imagine AE's been there for so long. Yeah, a lot happened since the shopping, but now we're sorting out all the problems. Tonight is a good opportunity for everyone to unwind. Maybe we'll even get to see Dr. Tesla on stage. Huh? Is it really happening? Not on usual terms, but things may deviate just a little bit if I sneak some alcohol in her coffee. I'm certainly looking forward to the party now. That night, Salt Lake Base. We all knew it hasn't been easy for AE since the first day it was founded. Show dress, Tesla. In 1976, we were celebrating its 20th birthday. I asked Professor Planck, one of the founders, this question. Where will the future of anti-entropy take us? Back then, Shixel was hunting us, and made no footing outside America. The research on Sirin was going nowhere. I thought these unfavorable conditions were curbing the growth of our organization. So I decided we would make an anime. The professor didn't agree. The future of AE depends on every single one of us. She said so, pointing at her own heart. If we fight Shixel calmly and bravely, they won't be able to stop us. If we keep working hard, AE will grow strong. And if one day we can open everyone's eyes to the good in this world, humanity will defeat the Honkai for sure. And that, I believe, is the AE spirit. Today, we're here celebrating the 60th anniversary of AE. Tomorrow, more tough tasks await us. Everyone raise your glass. Let's drink to the AE spirit. The loud laughter and joyful noises took away the pressure burdening everyone in the base. They deserved this moment. This isn't real. I'll go look around. This absolutely is not real. Hey, Dr. Einstein.
キアナ
Hi, Kiana.
楽しん
Are
で
you
る
having
か
a
い
good time?
楽しんでるよ。テスラ博士は
Ugh.
余興を見せるん
You
じゃな
bet
か
I
った
am.
の？
Isn't Dr. Tesla putting on a show? Where is she?
ああ
Ugh. Einstein forced an awkward
彼
smile.
女のコーヒーに
I
細
think I'm
工
a
をした
little
時
over
うっかり手が
the
滑って
top
し
when
まって
spicing
ね
up her coffee.
彼
You
女は
should
朝
stay
までぐ
asleep
っ
for
す
the
り
whole
だと
night.
思うよ
博士。
Dr. Einstein. I jerked my friend.
ベルト。
Why do they? I hate that they call him Mr. Yang. They didn't even. It wasn't even Welt-san. It was just Welt. Hi, Kiana.
さっきの演説、
That was an
とって
excellent
も良かった
speech.
よ。
即興で話したまでだ。だが全部お世辞では
But
な
I
く
believe in every word I
本
said.
心から俺はネゲントロビーの理
I
想が
look
実
forward
現する
to
ことを
seeing
願
the
う
AE vision come true.
もちろん
And
そう
of
なるまでに
course,
は
it wouldn't be
君
possible
たちの
without
努
every
力
one
も
of
必
you.
要になるまさに教授の言った通
Just
り
as Professor Planck said,
俺たちみん
the
な
future
が
of AE depends on
ネ
every
ゲ
one
ン
of
トロビ
us.
ーの未来
私
I'll
も
keep that in mind. Oh, I'm not allowed to talk to these two. Wait, yes I am.
ロザリア、登場。
That's not what she said. Rosalia and Lilia were giving a performance with everyone cheering for them. They're fun to entertain people like this.
ゼーレ、
Hey, Sila.
こんばんは、
Hi,
キアナ
Kiana.
会場のセッティング。
Thank you for helping us with preparations.
ゼーレのおかげで。
You're the reason why we have this beautiful setup.
みんなも
I'm just glad everyone is enjoying the party.
子供たちも楽しめて
How
る？
are the kids? They like it?
この間一緒
Do
に
you remember the
買った風
balloons
船
I brought to
覚え
them?
てる？
They love them.
覚
Oh
えてるよ。
yeah, and I remember the
店主が
shopkeeper
割
gave you a
引してくれたもん
discount.
今度
Maybe
機
we
会
should
が
do
あっ
this
た
again
ら
some
また
other
一緒に
time.
お出かけ。
Yeah, why not? I assume all the speech bubbles are the required ones. Pranya, here you
キ
are.
アナ、せっかくのパーティ
What's
ーな
keeping
の
your
に
clothes from all the
食べ
food?
ないんで。会場のセッティングをした時
I
に
had plenty when we were
つま
setting
み
the
食いし
place
ちゃっ
up.
た。さすがキアナで
Typical
す。
Kiana.
ブローニャは人
I
の
thought
多
you
い
didn't
と
like
こ
the
ろに
crowd.
たまには賑やか
It's
なの
not that
が悪
bad
く
to
あり
mingle
ません。
once in a while.
セーフレイヤにいた頃を
Reminds
思
Bronya
い
of
出
the
し
days
ま
at
す。
St. Freya.
うん。
私
Me
me too. Hello, random schoolgirls.
あ、キアナ
Oh, they're the AE administration staff in schoolgirl outfits. Oh, it's Kiana.
こんばん
Oh,
は。
hello, Tao Tao. That's her name is Momo. Why is it Tao Tao?
前回試食を依頼した料理
Don't
の
forget
感
to
想
tell me how you like my new
後で教えて。
dishes.
わかった。
No
キア
problem.
ナ出張から
Kiana,
戻った
her
同僚が
colleagues
記念
brought some
品を持ってき
souvenirs
て
for
くれ
the
たよ
field trip. Be
時
sure to
間
come
があ
over
っ
and
たら
check
見
them
に来
out.
てね
後で。
She will. Principal?
あら、
She
キアナ。
said she just said Teresa. Okay. Kiana,
パーティーはどう？
how's the feast?
ゴー
Nothing
ヤ
to,
ジュースが
nothing
な
to
いことと、
complain, except they don't serve bitter
初
melon
対
juice
面の
here.
人たち
And
に
some kids
子
took
供
me for
扱
the
いされた
same
こといい。
age.
委員長、
That's Fuha.
ああキアナ
Oh, Kiana.
委員長がそんな格
That's
好
a
す
new
るなん
look.
て
It
珍
looks
しい
very
ね。
nice. Waddle would approve.
一応パーティーだから
It's only polite to follow the dress code.
でも、
But
なんだか
somehow you
印
still
象
feel a little bit
少し
rigid.
そういうわけではないけど
No, I'm
こういう場面
not
にあ
used to
ま
the
り慣れてい
crowd.
な
To
い
the
から
crowd.
それに
And
やは
I'm
り
still
式の
worried
列
about
車
the
のこと
Hosho
が心
sentience.
配で
I see.
正直に言うと
To be frank,
彼女
I
にも
was
このパ
hoping
ー
she
ティ
could
ー
be
に
here
参加して
too.
ほしかっ
どうして
Why?
たこういう集団生活を体
The
験
friendly
できれ
vibe
ば
here might do something to her
もしか
and
した
make
ら
her
彼
feel
女は
differently
違う
about the
選
world.
択をするかもしれないから
Return to your room or stay at the party. I don't actually have a choice. I talked to everyone. Can I go? I can? Oh, no, okay. Well, I've talked to everyone. I can't talk to anyone again, so... Who the fuck is you? Why are you all schoolgirls? The banquet isn't over yet, but somehow I feel tired
な
already.
どうしようかな。
What do I do now? Take another look around. It's a vacation. I'll stick around for a bit longer.
I guess that's just my back out option. Doesn't look like there's anything else I could actually do.
I hit the pillow now.
Kiana returned to her room, the same room that every character has, apparently.
Phew, bedtime.
Huh? Who's knocking on the door at this hour? It's obviously going to be May. Kiana opened the door.
Kiana.
Branya,
Why are you here?
Kiana let Bronny in and the two sat on the bed.
What is it? Too many people for you to feel comfortable? Bronya's fine. What about you? It felt nice, but the days at St. Freya were certainly happier. Oh, I wasn't complaining about the setup, just...
Kiana dropped her eyes, trying to choose the right words.
St. Freya has all the best memories.
It was the only period of, like, all of these characters' lives where things weren't awful. Still don't really know how Bronny ended up there. Well, not there. I know how she got to St. Freya, but to, like, to AE. Well, that also, because it makes sense she would be in AE because of Cocolia, but in the city that that May and Kiana were in. You guys know what I mean.
You're in contact with the puppets, right? Correct. Bronya met the one whose host was a host. Whose host was a host? Well, then it was surely very talkative, right? Duh, just like in a talk show. Must be annoying. Kiana, are you dwelling on the words of the last puppet? You got me. More or less so. They're not real humans, just twisted personalities.
Yeah, but, I mean, there is still a person at, like, or I guess there at least was a person at the core of that.
I know. I'm just thinking, would I choose to become a puppet if I was one of the victims? If Dad didn't save me, if May and you didn't find me, Aunt Terry didn't take me in, where would I be now?
I think, arguably, it'd still be Genki time, unless you also still got taken over by Sirin, at which point you would be dead. Because the people wouldn't have wanted to save you.
Looking back now, I've been a receiver of kindness from people around me all along. These puppets, all of them went through failure after failure. They're on their own, lost hope, and gave into their inner darkness. I think I can somehow relate to that. I understand their suffering, but I don't agree with their solution. You can always try to get up after you fall. Of course, I wouldn't say I'd stick to my past without help from you all. I just feel there must be some good left even when the situation seems desperate. Maybe it's time I help someone else. For the Mark City to Mike Taishu in the recent battle, you've helped a lot of people. So rest your worries, Kiana. One day we will make everyone see the good in this world.
Kiana's definitely grown a lot. She's a character that I can definitely enjoy now.
正確に言うと、これはブランク教授の言葉です。ブローニャはとても気に入って
I
ま
believe
す。
that came from Well, right? You were quick to pick it up. To be more exact, they are Professor Planck's words, and Bronya can't agree more.
Well, yeah, there was a lot going on with Kiana, like, after Himiko died to save her. Kiana has grown an incredible amount through the events that happened. It's also this game has a proper understanding and sense of time, in that, like, we have scenes of, like, oh, 2 weeks later, 3 months later, blah blah blah. Like, time has passed for Kiana to, like, think about and deal with everything that's happening, both positive and negative. So yeah, like it's not, it doesn't feel forced like in some things where like no time actually passes. Yeah, I mean, like it's been several months since May left. I am still alive and will be for a bit longer until we finish this chapter.
Yeah, well said.
いい言葉ありがとう、ブローニャ。
Thank you, Branya.
なんか、
Spitting out
ブロ
all
ーニャ
this
と
has been a
話した
huge
らすっきり
relief.
した。
I'm going to give Cinda a shout out. One, because we love Cinda, but also it's gonna be her birthday on Wednesday. And potentially, hopefully, if she's not a big bum, dumb idiot, fun, blah blah blah, we will be playing games with her. It's not actually her fault if she can't, but anyway, yeah, follow Cinda. Cinda's good bean. Cinda is good support. I appreciate. Probably, honestly, the streamer wouldn't have gotten this far if not for Cinda.
はい。それならよかったです。
Branya is glad to hear.
早く寝ましょう、キア
Time
ナ。
to sleep now, Kiana.
今日はパ
But
ーティ
remember
ー
we
でした
still
が、
have training
明
tomorrow.
日も訓練がありますから。おやすみ、ブローニャ。
You can try to bite me.
Good night,
お
Branya.
やすみなさい。
Good night, Kiana.
Branya left the room. Kiana walked to the window. Up above in the night sky, the crescent was smiling warmly. In the same moonlight, she slept alone in the cold streets of Ark City, and had sweet dreams in the soft bed at St. Freya. The memories started to blur, and for a moment she couldn't tell which were dreams and which were real. Only the crescent stayed throughout all the changes. Kiana clenched her
メイ
fists.
先輩、
May,
姫子先
Himiko,
生、
I promise.
絶対
I'll
連れて
bring
帰
you
るか
home.
ら。
This one's gonna be a lot harder.
Click, click.
Okay, I guess that was real. The puppets are all just still alive. I'm almost surprised that's not the end of the chapter right there. Are we gonna shift back to May? It found itself surrounded by its partner's remnants.
Nah,
終わってい
over
ない。
yet.
Crawling in the broken parts, the puppet couldn't even tell the boundaries between its body and that of its partners. We've made it.
これは
This is
私たちの劇場。
The final victory is ours. With everyone together, we'll be stronger than ever. The sacrifice of all in exchange for the rebirth of one. Now, we need only to return to the stage and finish the show.
これは
the stage.
1000人
Of
で
the
作り上
thousand.
げる舞台とはも
The
う
strings are
あ
already
なた
getting
の
to you
体
now.
に巻き
So, is she now, like, a full-powered Hersher? Rather than it being split among all the people? The dark tide swallowed her. She could see nothing, but somehow she felt secure and content. The expansion of space stopped, and the flow of time halted. Even the boundaries that defined self were melting. In the boundless dark, she dreamt a distant dream. The feeling was familiar. Night after night, she was cast into the same dream. In it, fate was torn apart into broken strands, pouring down between her fingers like fine grains of sand. Short, cold, and like a firefly, it swooshed past. It was her life. It wasn't her life. It belonged to someone named Sirin. Everything she had once been through. Sirin, my beloved. This is literally just a page from the manga. Excruciating pain took over her entire consciousness and drew deep, bloody marks on her mind. Tears burst out of her eyes and blurred her vision. This subject is no use either. Sirin... might be my favorite character still in the series. Tesla and Einstein are up there, so is Branya. But I really like Sirin. If you couldn't tell from me constantly saying, Sirin, my beloved, please come back. Under the relentless assault of sharp, incessant pain, every cell was crying out loud and struggling for relief. It hurts so much. Mom, it hurts. Mom. Maybe this psychological trick was effective. Crying for Mom did alleviate the pain slightly. She labored to stand up and looked at the other kids who received the checkup. Avada, Agata, Bella, are you alright? And then yeah, these are, I believe this is the dragon. I think she got ice, I think. I think Agata was fire. Zavora wind? And then there's death. No response. She nudged the shoulder of the kid next to her, but the touch was cold and rigid. Bella! Bella! The touch was a familiar sensation. Her mom's hand felt the same when she passed away. And it meant she'd never come back. Bella! Bella! Wake up! Tears began to well up her dried eyes again, dropping on her wounded body. Everyone here was orphaned in the disaster. An organization named Shixel took them in and provided shelter. All they asked in return was a simple checkup. Grown-ups said the kids were lucky to have natural antibody. Liars. You're all liars. Waiting for the kids was nothing but endless pain and the final relief of death. They were consumables with a serial number. They ran out of their uses very soon. No. No! I don't want to die! I want everyone who's ever lived lied. They lied to me and used me to pay the price. She stumbled to the door and shook the door handle with every last bit of her strength. Let me out! Let me out! The handle stayed firmly in place, but the side door creaked open. Maybe the researcher forgot to lock it, or maybe he thought the lab rats wouldn't be able to resist anyway. This was her only chance to flee this place, this living hell. This again? Is this the Tower of Babylon? This is where Sirin used to suffer. Ow, that hurts! Every step hurts! Do you care about Captain Mercy and storylines? I don't even know if they're playable or whatever. No. I'm not gonna read the Captain Verse, probably. Stay away from me! Kill her! Don't let her run away! If you feel better, Sirin gets a really cool magical girl battle suit. Hell yeah. It's the pain that Sirin suffered and her desire for revenge that turned into the hatred of the void. I can feel her hatred towards humans. Sirin is very similar to Rin in that respect, where she might not have even developed as a Hersher if not for the things that were done to her. But like the mentality of kill all humans definitely only kicked in because she was experimented on. Yeah, I mean, I know what the Captain Verse is, which is why I like don't necessarily care about it. It's also like I don't think there's any way for me to actually access it. Back off! Get away from me! Kill the test subject! She's the rare research materials! Get her alive! Release the Honkai beast we caught last time! Really? Release Honkai beasts on a, like, 10-year-old? Nah, I don't think she was 10, but she was young.
You'll pay for this. I'll erase you all from this planet. Guess that's all you got. I'm impressed that you could hold up this long. You'll make good research material. Get her! She was dragged back to the living hell. No, a place far more terrifying than hell. The only reward for the test subjects who survived were heavier doses and more tests. She had no idea when this ordeal would come to an end, or if there was an end at all. In the never-ending misery, she cursed, cried, and prayed. If I have power, I'll repay whoever hurt me or lied to me tenfold. No, 100-fold. And then, just like the fairy tales heard in her mom's loving arms, her god came to her. The dream continued. That night, all hell broke loose in Babylon Labs. With the power granted, she realized every one of her wishes. She fled the tower and shook off the test subject identity. Since then, she became known as the Second Hersher. Sorry, I know you've been through a lot. I'm saying sorry now. Too late. Too late. If I found it earlier, if I came to your rescue sooner. She knew this girl with silver hair. She freed the imprisoned kids and reached her hand out to them, saying, Please trust me. I'm here to get you out. False promise. She looked about the same age, with the same vibe of youth. Her smile reminded the Hersher of Avora, Agata, and Bella. But you should feel proud to die for Shixel and the Valkyries. Somehow those words kept echoing in her head. Yes, I remember now. She wore the Shixel badge. She wielded the Shixel weapon. Behind her were Shixel's Valkyries. Those who wore lab coats once told me the test were for Valkyrie stigmata. If it weren't for you, so many of us wouldn't have to die in pain and in vain. I'll prove to everyone I'm stronger than all of you. All those who work for Shixel must die. Every one of them. Teresa, watch out. She's about to attack. And this is my revenge. Tesla was there, but I don't think she was here. All mech units, prepare for battle. I'll show you how weak human weapons are. No, I mean, I guess this is just a Sirin dream. It's not. Unless it is Sirin taking over Kiana and Kiana seeing a little bit of it. So the darkness in her heart kept growing. No, I guess this is right. A was there, Tesla was specifically there, but I didn't think she was there with Teresa. Take a look at the real strength of humanity. Silver Bullet version 0314, prepare to launch. Countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the deafening blast, the Hersher's consciousness came to a halt. Rumble. But her memory didn't stop there. Her god favored her once again and blessed her. The Hersher's dream kept going, surging towards the horizon and sweeping everything in the way. Only this time... Didn't even recognize her daughter after 2 drinks. Okay, so this is the, this was one of the best parts of the manga. This was when... she'd trapped Cecilia and Siegfried in a dream. Or... yeah. And then she inserted herself into it, and they
treated her like their second daughter.
Is this also the feather at work?
No, right. It was her trap. Fuck. I think both of those happened. Actually. She was trapped, and then she trapped that, because Siegfried and Cecilia were in it. Because they remembered it. And I remember Sirin entering it after. Because she was conscious most of the time. And was like making fun of them.
Is this also the feather at work? Are they taking me for their own daughter? Whatever, I'll just... Here, Sirin. I brought this cake for you. Remember when Mom was still alive? She once brought a slice for me.
This is literally taken directly out of the second eruption.
One bite won't hurt. It's so delicious. Just like the one Mom brought me. Sorry, Sirin, for not being here with you these 2 days. So let's go shopping tomorrow.
Shopping?
What am I doing here? Why haven't I killed them already? They're not my parents. Never mind. What can go wrong in the illusion created by myself? I can do it whenever I want, and there's no hurry. I'll just play along and see what other tricks they've prepared. Normal and happy days. Honkai never happened and Mom didn't die. Would I be living such a life now?
Sirin, let's check out the store. The dresses are cute. You're giving me quite a headache now. You're looking at every dress I want to buy at the store. No, it genuinely, like, at no point did I, like, really even fault Sirin. She's an exploited child who was experimented on in horrific ways. This is also why I had such a bad, like a bad view of Otto. Because, like, Shixel is doing fucked up shit. Same as Cocolia. And it's for, like, the betterment of humanity. But it's still awful. And, like, at such a young age, yeah, of course, like, Sirin's reaction would be destroy the world. Because why wouldn't it be? Like, not even just it was done to her. Every friend that she had died around her. And this part was, like, particularly heartbreaking, because she's got these two trapped in this mindscape. And she's seeing a world where she's happy and loved, which is, like, all she actually really wants. Because she's a kid. But she knows it's fake. And then it ends. Sirin is such a tragic character. It's part of why I really like her. But she also acts like a kid. Like, when she's talking to Welt, she doesn't actually really hear what he's saying, because everything's a lie, and how dare you lie to me, blah, blah, blah. Because that's been her whole life. And she's just a ball of rage.
How do I look in this? Oh, must say my baby doll have a wonderful taste. You're literally the cutest girl on earth in this dress. Come, give me a hug. Wait, no, I don't want a hug. What was I thinking? I must have lost my mind. For a second, I almost longed for her hug. But she's not my mom.
A huge boom came a strong shockwave, shattering every window from the buildings nearby.
An explosion? Glass shards can never hurt me.
Sirin! This was the real heartbreaking part. And this was also what started to break Sirin.
What are you doing? Don't be afraid.
お母さんが
Mom
守っ
is
てあ
here
げ
for
る
you.
お母さんはここにいるから
I'm right here by your side.
そばにいるからイヒリベディシーリン
I'm not reading German. I'm bad at it.
お母さん。
I believe the actual like real heartbreaking part of this was Cecilia was like awake by this point, if I remember right. Like she did that not as part of the dream. Not long after. Liar.
嘘つき。
Liar.
お
You're a
前が
liar.
嘘つきだ。娘じゃないの
You
は
knew I
とっくに
wasn't
知
your
ってるん
daughter.
でしょ。
You lied to me.
シーリン
Sirin,
聞いて
listen to me.
娘じゃないって分かって
You
るのに。
pretended to care about me and approached
や
me.
っぱり
Of course, you did all this only to kill me.
私
You're
を
just
殺
like
す
everyone
こと
else.
だ。
Liars.
他
All
の人と同
liars.
じ。
No,
シーリン
Sirin. I
実は
I curse you! Curse you! Get out of my way!
どうして私を騙したの。
Why did you lie to me?
どう
Why?
して少しだけだけど、シー
The
リンの
instant's
殺意が
hatred
弱まった
subsided a little bit,
憎しみより
but her disappointment and anger grew.
失望と怒りの方が強いみたい。
It hurts! Stop it! Don't hurt me!
私を傷つけないで。死にたくない。
I don't want to die! I don't want to die!
シーリン。
And then the nuke king.
私は
Am I dead?
何も
I
感
can't
じ
feel
ない。
anything. Only the cold.
最後まで
In the
私
end,
は
I'm still alone.
一人も母さん。
Mom, I feel cold.
寒いよ。
Mom,
大丈
oh,
夫シーリン
Sirin. Everything will be
もう大
fine.
丈夫シーリン
Sirin, poor
か
child.
わいそうな子
I never meant to lie to you.
元凶の中
In
で
the illusion, I saw your loneliness and pain.
私は本当
I
にあなた
genuinely
のお母
wanted
さ
to
ん
be
に
your
なり
mom
た
and
い
make up for everything you lost.
でもあの時
But at that time, I couldn't change
私は
anything.
少なくとも
The least I can do is
あの
to
ぬくもりをあな
let
た
you
にあ
feel
げたい
warmth
わ
at your last moment.
シーリン
Sirin,
ヒリベディ
In the boundless dream, I dream a false dream. In the dream, who I miss the most is not my mom. I miss the warmth and care that makes me feel secure and content. I thought to myself over and again, if somehow it could become normal again. Would I live a happy life by her side? If I was given a second chance, I want to hear her voice again.
リベディヒ。
Well, in this, Kiana never even knew Cecilia.
またこの夢。
the same dream again.
喉が渇いた。
I'm thirsty.
水
Gonna get
で
some
も飲もう
water.
At the corner of the room, the fish tank gave off a pale and cold light. I really, like, because it went right to the fish tank for a second, I was like, Kiana, please don't drink out of the fish tank. A distraction to help AE employees react. Oh, literally, they do actually just have the same room. In the pale light, the mirror returned a blurred figure. That's Sirin.
シーリン。
Sirin,
あの時、
what did
あ
you
んた
dream
は
of?
どんな夢を見たの？イヒリベディヒ。あんたが心の中
The
で
words
何
you
度も
whispered
口に
again
した
and
言
again.
葉。
What do they mean to you?
あんたに記憶の影が答えを
Bring
くれる
Sirin
わけ
back.
ない。
Bring her back to me. I imagine the only actual scene I'm gonna get with Sirin is gonna be her, like, fading away and turning over control to Kiana. But that's not what I want. I want Kiana to become the Hersher of Fire, and for Sirin to get her own body. And Kiana, like, take up the mantle that Himiko left her. Which wouldn't even be that weird, actually, because, yeah, you have the Himiko symbology. But also, the Kazlana weapon is fire.
明日、みんな
Tomorrow.
に話してみよ
I'll
う。
talk to everyone about this tomorrow.
theoretically, I guess sentience could help us do that. We'd have to have a spare, not-clone body with no personality, but that's not impossible to do. I don't think that's what's gonna happen, but good. Next morning, Salt Lake Base.
Kiana, どうかしたんですか?
What's wrong, Kiana?
なんだ
You
か
feel
上の空で
absent-minded.
すが。
Huh? No,
な
nothing.
んでもない。平気だよ。
We're not on speaking terms with Senti right now. She's pouting. Yeah, but eventually she'll be back.
その顔。
Sorry to make you worry.
私、もう一人で背負わな
I
い。
wasn't gonna keep it from you, and I promised to share my troubles anyway,
黙っ
but
て
it's
る
just
つもりはないけど。
a little bit complicated.
ブローニャは気にしません。
Bologna does not mind.
キアナの
You
言
can
葉
tell
で
us in your way,
少しず
bit
つ
by
教えて
bit.
くれ。じゃあ、
Well, Brownie, this may sound abrupt.
シーリンって
What kind of
どんな
person
人だと思う？
do you think Sirin is?
シーリン。
Sirin,
あ
the
の第
Hersher
二
of
次崩
Void.
壊を引き起こした。夢
In
の中
my
で
dreams, I
彼女の
relived
記
her memory
憶
over and
を
over.
何度も体験したことが
She's
あ
a
る。
Hersher and our enemy,
シーリンは律
but I
者
felt
で
more of her human
人類の
side.
敵だけど世界は彼女に苦
The
痛を与
world
え
mistreated
た。
her and only taught her
だ
hatred,
から彼女
but
は
there were a few who
憎
showed
しみや
kindness and
憎悪
love
を
to her.
他人になんだか彼女
Sorry,
の
this
ことを
sounds like I'm
かばってる
defending
み
her.
たいになって。
Maybe her memory is starting to work on me.
多分
I need to resist it
私
better.
キアナが謝る必要
You
はあり
don't
ま
have
せ
to
ん。
apologize for your
悩
compassion.
みを打ち明けてくれた
Bronzy
こ
is
と。
glad you shared it
ブ
with
ロー
her.
ニャはシーリンが引き起こした
Siren
第二
caused
次
the
崩
second
壊。
eruption, which took
ブローニ
Bronya's
ャの両
family.
親は彼女が憎い？
Do you hate her?
全く憎くな
It
い
will
と
be
言
a
えば
lie
嘘
if
になり
Bronya
ます。
says no.
です
But
が
it happened before
その
Bronya
災
started
害
to
はブ
remember
ローニャの
things.
物心
So
が
not
つく前
much.
のことで第二次崩壊は
The second eruption
空の
ended
律
with
者
her
シー
death,
リンの死
so
に
she
よ
had
って終
paid the
結しまし
price.
た。
Bronya doesn't hate her
彼女
anymore.
はキアナの話は間違っていない
It's also
と
like
ブローニャは思い
not
ます。
only is Otto directly responsible for the tragedy that all the tragedies that happened to her, and then also for killing her, like he sent the nuke that killed her. He also didn't even let her die, because he then cloned her. Like, she did the amount that he did to her is awful.
人は
I'm still an
鏡
auto
みたいなも
apologist.
のでそれぞれが思う世界を映し出しています。
Everyone is a mirror that reflects how the world treats them.
傭兵だった頃のブロー
When
ニャは
Bronya was a mercenary,
感情のない
a
兵士
lethal
みたい
weapon,
で
she could only
世
feel
界
the
に対
murderous
して
intent of the world.
冷たいさでも
Later,
かかり合うお母様
Matryoshka
が
Kokoria took
ブローニャ
Bronya
を
into
孤
the
児院に入
orphanage
れてくれ
and
て
gave her a home.
人生には様々な
One's
可
life
能
is
性があ
promised
ります。
One's life is promised inexhaustible possibilities.
その人に
The
影
people
響を与
around them will
え
change them and
変化
shape
を
their
もたらし
lives.
シーリンも
It's the same for Siren, Bronya, and everyone else.
I can never be okay with Otto. He's awful. But like he's a sad wife guy. Like how can I be mad at him?
支配の律者もそれを利用して人々の負の感情を
And that's
大きく
exactly
し
why the Herschel
そ
dominance
して
was
そ
so
れを利用
successful
し
in
て世
kindling
界
the
に危害を
negativity
加え
in
てきたん
people's
じゃないで
minds.
すか。負の感情に負
Yeah,
けてら
we
れない
can't
ね。
submit to our negative energy.
その通りです。
Correct.
それが
This is
人
why
の
the mind
心
is
の強い
powerful.
ところでも
However,
キアナの
if
言
you're
ったの
referring
は
to the Siren
キ
lurking
アナの
inside
中
you
にある
and attempting to
オッ
take
トーによって
control,
ブローニャは彼女が
Bronya
嫌
does
い
hate
です
her, for she caused you
彼
great
女が
pain.
キアナありがとう。
Thank you.
こうして考えてることを
Saying
素
what's
直
on
に
your
話
mind
し
and
て
expressing your
素直に
gratitude
礼を
frankly
言う
like
キ
this
アナ
makes you
は
feel like the
なんだか
old
昔
you
のキアナ
again.
に戻ったみたい
This
で
is also on Bronya's perspective. This is probably huge. Because Bronya literally had to send Sela to hopefully talk to Kiana. So the fact that like Kiana is actually sharing this stuff with Bronya again probably means like a lot to Bronya.
私もこうしてた方
Agreed.
が私らし
This
い
is
って
supposed
思
to
った
be
よ。
their Yilmi.
すっきりした気が
I
す
feel
る。
much better now. Well,
訓練室で話
since
した
we're in
け
the
ってい
training
うのも
room,
も
what
っ
do
た
you
い
say
な
we
い
have a
し。
match? It's been so long.
久しぶり。いいですね。
Sure.
次元
How
調
do
査
you want to do this?
撃墜数
No matter which
そ
form
れ
of
とも
match,
1
one
対
ground
1です
rule.
か。言っておきますが
Though this
模
is
擬
just
訓
a
練でもブ
simulation
ローニャは
training,
手加減しま
Bronya
せ
will
ん
not
よ。
go easy on you.
望むところだよ。
That's exactly what I was gonna say.
セーフレイヤーにいた頃
The Seed
Bronya
Freya.
は
Why are we in the
一番
Sea of
負けたことが
Quanta?
ありません。
Well, this actually isn't even the Sea of Quanta. This is the infected Atlantic base. I think where was it? The underwater base.
Reach the target location within the time limit. The shorter you take, the higher the score. I just run past enemies. No. Run, run, run through the place with no music. Oh, well, yeah, no, it's obviously a huge step for Kiana in that, like, she is expressing it. But I just mean, like, so, yeah, I mean, like, it's, like, a huge relief for Bronya. Because this is literally, like, Bronya was constantly worried about Kiana. And the worry she had, like, Kiana took steps to alleviate. Without even, well, I wouldn't say without knowing. She knew, but... Ah, stop, no. I'm gonna fail. Kiana has made huge progress. You bet. I sure didn't, but okay. Then Bronya should get serious. Bring it on. Oh! She dodged me! Stop dodging me! He's not dodge attacking me, at least. Ow. No! No! This kinda sucks. Playable units are not meant to be fought. They run on different rules. It's been so long since my last serious fight. I'm exhausted. Bronya is so strong. He's just old. What's wrong? Still can't use it. Bronya still can't use the power of the partial reason. What? How come? I thought we already beat her share of dominance. We did defeat them, but there's still something wrong. At first, I thought the lost power would recover over time, but it never did after so long. Kiana and Bronya fell silent and began to think hard. Bronya noticed her power didn't come back when they defeated all the puppets, but she wasn't sure why back then. After ruling out all the other factors, the problem stayed and the situation became thorny. There must be some important clues that we failed to notice. But the puppets are all destroyed and we can't go back to the theater of domination. How should we retrieve your power? I don't rely on the Herschel power to fight. It's okay if we couldn't retrieve it. It's just, there seems to be something disturbing hidden behind. Actually, I've always had a doubt in my mind too. In that theater, I was ready to have my Herschel powers taken away when I opened the passage. Because I knew it'd be a while for the puppets to master the powers they stole. We just need to beat them before that. It was a safe bet. But strangely enough, my Herschel power wasn't taken away, and nothing hindered me from using it in later battles. I wonder if it's because she's technically not the Herrscher of the Void and Sirin is. At that time, I thought they knew it was a losing battle, so they just gave up their meaningless struggle. But it seems even stranger now that you said that. Why didn't they take my Herrscher power if it'd be useful to them? It's really suspicious. They flocked to you for a Herrscher power, but didn't do anything when they had the chance. Why is this? No idea. I'll discuss this with the doctors. Be careful and stay safe, Kiana.
I will. Oh, I'm starving. I'm going to the cafeteria. See you later. Cafeteria, A, Salt Lake Base. I'm full. Oh. Why are you staring at the vending machine, Sila? This thing seems to be broken. Let me see. You didn't press confirm. See? Just give this button a push and voila, you're mustard goober. Oh, what's the matter, Sila? It's like you've never seen a vending machine before. It's all that idiot's fault. She asked me to have some food I like, but I didn't know I had to go through all these troubles first. Sila feels so different today. Anyway, here still are, Sila. Of course. We're both Sila. What about you? How was your fight with another you going? Shoot, did I say something I'm not supposed to say? Sila'd be mad at me if she knew. I mean, the inside of you there are two wolves. Good and bad, you don't need to worry about it. Just believe what you want to believe, and stick to what you want to hold on to. That's enough. What the hell was I talking about? You're the best, Sila. Huh? I didn't say anything, but you saw right through my worry and insecurity and comforted me. You're so caring. Thank you, Sila. Red Sila just like, what? What? Huh? What did I do? What? Huh? Oh, I won? Oh, okay. Cafeteria kitchen, Salt Lake Base. Keisa, you're here. Yeah, I was discussing with the doctors about our next move and missed the mealtime, so I came here. Were you looking for me? Yeah, I want to talk to you. What's wrong? You're so formal all of a sudden. What do you want to talk about? It's about Sirin. Knew her. Like, actually did meet her. I am gonna be interested if we get to Wealth and see his perspective as the person that, like, fought her directly multiple times. Wealth has the most, like, connection to Sirin besides, like, Cecilia. Sirin. You've met her in the second option, right? Yeah. To this day, I still feel sad that I couldn't save that little girl. Even though she had chosen to become an enemy of humanity, you still wanted to save her? That child had done many horrible things, but it wasn't her fault alone. No one ever guided her properly. It is the duty of adults to teach children to distinguish between right and wrong. She did bad things because she wasn't taught well. It'd be irresponsible for me to simply blame everything on her. I mean, like, Teresa's not wrong, but she's definitely not right. It wasn't that there wasn't a positive role model in her life that she did things. It was that she was literally tortured and experimented on, and all of her friends died around her also being tortured and experimented on. I often wonder if I could have discovered the experiments in the Tower of Babylon earlier and transferred Sirin to St. Freya, maybe I could save her and avoid that disaster. Yeah, but you wouldn't have. Otto wouldn't have let you. But there are no ifs in this world. No one can change what's already happened. It's about Teresa. We can only try our best to prevent repeats of such tragedies, which is also Cecilia's wish. Mama. I mean, Cecilia. Cecilia was once trapped in an illusion created by Sirin. I don't know what happened there, but Sirin only hesitated before her. I could tell from Cecilia's eyes that she really wanted to save the child. Knowing her, I'd say she'd even given up trying until the last moment. Or she'd never given up trying until the last moment. Even when she knew it was too late, she wouldn't give up. She was that kind of person. Once she made up her mind, she'd follow through. Even if she'd get hurt, she wouldn't lose her kindness. Her gentleness saved me, Siegfried, Shigeru, Kira, and many people. She was the serenely beautiful moonlight, bathing us in the warmth and love. So, I believe in Cecilia's choice, and I'll pass on her love and kindness, always and forever. It's such a heartwarming story.
ありがとう、テレサ。
Thank you, Principal
その話を
Teresa,
教えて
for
くれて
telling me all this.
私もちゃんと考
I'll
えて
give it careful thought and make my own choice. Telling all these recollections of the
久し
past
ぶり
makes
に
me
昔
sad.
話。今日は
I'm gonna make a cup
セ
of
シリア
Cecilia
の花で
tea.
入れたお茶でもの。
Meeting room, Salt Lake Base.
めんどくさい。
Ah, darn
落
it.
ち着いてくれテスラ博
Calm
士
down, Dr. Tesla.
君
The
が声の
progress of
ボリュームを上
investigation
げて
won't
も
increase along with
調
the
査進
decibel
捗
level
は
of
変
your
わらな
voice.
い
何があったの？
What happened?
人形事件の余
Just
波
some
さ
fallout from the puppet incident.
どんな？
What?
私が説明す
Let
るわ。
me tell her.
After we
私たちは
destroyed those
戦隊の
puppets,
人
their
形
host
個体を
gradually
消
returned to
滅させた
normal.
後、
Oh!
人形まあ彼ら自
Those
身
people
は律
didn't
者と
really
意思の
establish
疎
close
通を
bonds
図
with
る
the
手段がなく
Herrscher,
て
so we can't track
有
them.
効な特
We
定
can
方
only
法も
deduce from
な
the
いから
investigation results.
調査ここ2ヶ月の失踪
Reports
報
of
告
disappearances in the last
当
2
事者
months,
の性
eyewitness
格が急
accounts
変したという
and
証言
about sudden personality
自身の
changes,
変化に
and
気づいた
unsolicited
本人の
reports from
申
some hosts
告
themselves.
それらの報告をまとめた
We
と
were
ころ
surprised when we put those reports
私た
together.
ちは
The total
そ
number
の
was
結
well
果に
over
驚いた
1,000.
人形の
What?
数は
There are more than
1000体以上もあったって
1,000
こと
puppets?
そう急いで結
Don't
論を出
panic.
す必要
There's
は
no
ない
need
よ
to jump to
キアナ
conclusions.
私たちも最初は
We were
驚いた
shocked
け
at
ど
first,
さ
but
ら
as
に
we
調
dug
査したと
deeper,
ころ
things turned out to be
事
different than
実
we
は
thought
私たちの
they
想定
would
と
be.
失踪報告と目
Some of the
撃証言に
disappearance
は
reports and eyewitness
一部
accounts
人
are
形
about
と無関係な事件があった
independent incidents unrelated to the
それ
puppets,
は
which isn't
ま
totally
だ
against our
私たち本人
expectations.
の申告によるもの
However,
に関
those
しては
unsolicited
怪
self-reports
しい部
appear to
分
be
がかなり
suspicious.
多かったの
There are inconsistencies in
一
some of
部
their
内容が
parts,
矛盾
and
し
when I
てる
checked
人た
in
ちもいて
with the informants, they
確
just
認
said
し
they
に行
wrote
く
it
と勘
wrong.
違い一番わけがわからない
And
の
even
は
one informant,
3
he
回
gave
聞
me
いて
3 different
3
versions
回
of the
とも
story.
全く違う
Can you
回
believe
答をしたやつ
this?
よそれって
Yes.
誰かが嘘をついて
Some
る
of
って
those
こと
people were lying?
そうよ
Exactly.
どこで情報
They
を
heard
掴
some
んだか
rumor
知
that
ら
they
ないけ
wouldn't
ど
need to take
異常な
responsibility for
力
bad
によっ
things
て
they
トラブ
did.
ルを
If they claimed they were affected by paranormal powers, so they made the best of this opportunity.
そういった奴らは
They knew nothing
人
about
形
the
のことを
puppets, they
全
just
然
made
知
up
らない
ridiculous
から
stories.
宇宙
Affected
人
by
に誘拐
aliens,
されたと
ingestion of
か
poisonous
毒キノ
mushrooms,
コを食べ
possessed
た
by
と
evil
か
spirits,
悪霊に取り
etc.
つかれそして本当
While
に
most
人
of
形
these
の
were
影
really
響を受
affected
け
by
た
the
人た
puppets
ち
were
は
mentally disturbed
自
with
分
messed up
に何
logic.
があったの
They
か説
couldn't
明でき
explain
な
what
いくら
happened to
い
them.
言ってることがめちゃくちゃなそういうめちゃくちゃな証
So we
言
had to
から
deduce their
彼らの
experiences
行
from the
動を調
confusing
べ
narrative
つ
while
つ
eliminating
嘘
this
や
from
デタラ
muddying
メを
the
言ってる
waters.
奴らのそのせいでネゲントロピーの
Those
調査は
bastards
全
had
然
severely
進んで
hampered
な
the
いし
investigation.
今も被
Until
害状
now,
況
we
をう
couldn't
まく整
verify
理
the
でき
real
てないのよ
victims.
以上のことから人形と
Based
そ
on
の
these
宿
facts,
主
we
は
decided
10
to
体
stick
の
to the
み
original
という
conclusion
結
that
論
there are
は
only 1,000
そのま
puppets
ま
in
維持
House.
する
Well,
でもあ
in
る
a
意
sense,
味いい
is
こ
a
とだ
good
よ
thing,
ね
right?
どこが
Why is that?
被害人数が増えて
The
ない
number
と
of
ころ
real
だよ
victims didn't rise, which means the disaster caused by the airship dominance already ended. That's a
そう
relief.
考あんたってばポジティブよね
Your way of thinking is really optimistic.
まあね
Thanks.
別に褒めてない
That
んだけ
wasn't
ど
a compliment.
まあいいんじゃないか
Maybe you need to learn
テス
something
ラ
from
博士
that
も
kind of
そうい
perspective,
った
Dr.
考え
Tesla.
方を
必要ないわ
No,
よ
I don't.
ごめんなさい
Sorry.
ぶつか
Did
り
I
なか
hurt
っ
you?
た大丈夫だよ
No, I'm okay.
それより
What are you
ゼ
doing
ーレは
standing
ど
behind
う
the
して
door?
キアナが会議室
I
に
was
いるって
looking for
他
you
の
and
人
was told
に
that you
聞
were
い
in
て
this
ここに来
meeting
たん
room.
だけど
So I came and just tried to knock on the door.
さっき
Anyway, did I say weird stuff to you earlier
変
today?
なこと
Weird stuff? No, actually, I want to thank you for the
ゼ
advice
ー
you
レ
gave
の
me.
アドバイスに助けられたかな
Poor Seal has no idea what's going on.
よか
I
っ
was
た
so worried. She wouldn't tell me what happened.
今度また悩みと
I
かあったら
mean, you can talk to me whenever you need
ゼーレ
to.
キアナはゼーレの
You're my
友達
friend,
で
and
し
I'm
ょ
always happy to help a
友達
friend.
だと
Oh,
じゃあ
okay.
次もお願い
Thanks,
しよ
Sheila.
う
You're
か
the
な
best.
Down to the room, Salt Lake Base, late at night.
疲れた
I'm exhausted.
訓練の時にいろいろ
I
考
got too
え
much
て
on
た
my
ら
mind during the
こんな
training.
時間
I
になっ
didn't
ちゃった
realize it's just late already.
やっぱり
Maybe I
難し
should
いこ
think
と
of
を考え
something
る
less
のは苦手
complicated.
も
But
みん
everyone
な
was so
私のため
considerate.
に考え
Even
て
when
く
I
れ
asked
た
dumb dumb questions, they didn't laugh at me, but answered my questions seriously. They always care about me and help me in a lot of ways. I'm so lucky. Thank you. Thank you all.
That wasn't a clap, that was a clunk.
Who's there?
Sudden noise from outside the door woke her up from her light sleep. Late nights had always been soundless in this deep underground base, which made the noise even more unnatural.
This is strange. Everyone should be asleep at this moment. Did something fall down?
Rolling sound. Something rolled on the floor. The monotonous and mechanical sound was untimely and eerie. She became alert and slowly moved to her feet, moving noiselessly to the
ドア
door.
の外から気配は感じない。
There seems to be no breathing or hostility outside the door. But I gotta stay vigilant and notify everyone the second I see any danger.
異常。
She readied herself for attack, then jerked the door open.
どうして？
Why?
これっ
This
て
is...
Is it?
支配劇場？
Yep.
the theater of domination.
Dun dun dun.
誰？
Who's there?
分かってるくせ
Why
に。
ask a question
キ
when
ア
you
ナ
know
やっ
the
と来て
answer?
くれた。
You're finally here,
私たち
Kiana.
待ちく
We've
たび
been
れた
waiting
よ。
for you for ages.
私たち。
We...
どうして？
Why?
作戦はうまく
Why
いっ
is this
たのに。
puppet still
人
here
形は
after
消
we
えたはず
defeated
な
them
の
all?
に。
You must
と
be
か思
dying
って
to
る
know
でしょなら
why.
来て。
Then
来てよ。
come.
あ
Show
なたの
me your
決意を見せて。
determination.
人形が生きてる。
There's still puppets alive, and the theater didn't disappear either. No wonder the Herrscher of Reason's power is still
の
lost.
力が戻ってないわけだ。でも、
But
どうして？
why? Some escaped? Or there are more than 1,000 of them?
1000体以上いたの。
I mean, there were only 500 puppets. They keep, I mean, they're not changing the number because they're saying puppets and hosts, but like, they keep changing the number they use. It's just purposely confusing.
You came after
やっ
me.
ぱり私たち
We
は間
knew
違
it.
ってない。
You're the most
あ
qualified
な
of
た
them
が
all.
一番資格。
Qualified?
何の
What are
話
you
をしてる
talking
の？
about?
あなたのことは知って
I
る
know
よ。
you,
キア
Kiana.
ナ。
You're the hero when you saved our
私
city.
たちの都市
You're
を
the
救った
Herrscher of the
ヒーロー。
Void.
あんた。
You were
研究
resident of our
室で暮
city?
らしてた人？そうそう。会った
Yes,
こともあ
yes.
るんだよ。
We've met before.
あなたはもう
You
覚え
don't
てない
remember
だ
me,
ろうけど。
but I always wanted to see you again
私
and
は
thank
ず
you
っ
in
と
person.
あなたに
Are
会い
you
た
the
かった。
kid that we saved whose
面
mom
と向
died?
かって感謝を伝えたかった。あの頃の私は普通の
Back
中
then, I
学
was just
生
an
だった。
ordinary schoolgirl living on the
研
outskirts of our
究室の
city.
郊外で
I never
暮ら
left
し、
there.
でもある日、
But one day,
怪
monsters
物
broke
が
into my
学
school
校
and
を襲っ
crushed
て
my uneventful
平
life.
凡な学校
Okay,
が
no,
廃
she
墟
is
になって
different.
私
The
の
school
友
was
達も
reduced
ク
to
ラス
rubble,
メイトも
and my
先生
friends,
たちも
classmates, and teachers
瓦
were all
礫の
buried
下に埋
underneath.
まった彼らの助けを呼ぶ
I
声は
heard
ど
their
ん
cries
どん
for
弱
help
く
getting
なって
fainter
い
and
き
fainter, but the only
や
thing
が
I
て
could
静
do was
寂が
cry.
訪れた私の人生はここまで
Maybe
だ
my life will end here
もう
too.
誰も私た
No
ち
one
を
will come to
助けて
save
くれ
us.
ないかも
I
って
thought
思いな
I
がら
thought so, slowly
私
closing
は
my
ゆっ
eyes.
くりその時
Just then
あ
you
なた
came.
は笑い
You
ながら
patted my
私
head
の
with a
頭
smile
を
on
撫
your
で
face and told me, It's
もう
gonna be
大丈夫
okay. You're a
よく頑
brave
張った
girl.
救
Someone will
援は
come
も
to
うす
save
ぐ
you
やってく
soon.
る私とそんなに年が
Your
離れ
smile
て
is
ないのに
assertive, warm and beautiful,
あなたの笑顔は
lighting up my
揺るぎないも
world
ので
like sunshine.
私は涙を拭いて
So I dried my
立ち上が
tears
る
and summoned
勇
up
気
the
を振り
courage to
絞っ
stand
た
up again.
学校は廃墟にな
My
っちゃっ
school
た
was
けど
ruined, but at
少
least
な
I
くとも
survived.
その時の私にとって
At that time,
あなた
you
は
brought
希
me
望
the
の
light
化
of
身だっ
hope
た
and made me believe things would
努
get
力す
better.
ればでも
And then they didn't.
私は勘違い
But I
して
was
いた
wrong.
生き残った
I
私は
survived as a
非難
target
の
of
的になっ
resentment.
た同じ区域の子
All
供た
kids
ち
in the
も
neighborhood
そ
went
こ
to
の
the same
学校の
school,
生徒だった
and they
の
all
に
died except me.
周りの家庭のほとん
All
どが
families in the
あの
neighborhood
災
lost
害
their
で
loved
家
ones
族
in
を
that
失っ
disaster,
た
except mine.
彼ら
They
は
shared
互
the
いを支
pain and
え合
helped
い
one another,
励まし合ってた
excluding my parents.
どうして私だけが
Why
生
are
き
you the
残
only
ったのか
survivor? This voice grew
そんな
bigger over
声が
time
少しずつ
and
増えてい
eventually
き
turned into hatred.
誰も居場所をくれ
No
ず
one was willing to provide a
誰も両
shelter.
親に仕
My
事を
parents
与え
couldn't
なく
find
な
any
った
jobs, and even the
災害の
post-disaster
救援
relief
も
program
様々
postponed our
な理由で
application.
災害は私
The
たちを
disaster
潰せ
didn't
なか
bring
っ
us
たけど
down, but our
ド
kind
ッ
did.
ハは毎日のように
Mom cried
涙を
every
流
day,
し
and Dad,
勤
who
勉
used
だ
to
っ
be a
た父は
hardworking
酒
man,
に溺れ
became a
ここ
grumpy
にかかる
alcoholic.
日
One day, I heard his drunk muttering,
If only
I know
she had
somebody
also
did
died in
never
that
you got
disaster. That is the worst thing that a parent could ever say.
あの瞬間
Something
私の
in my
中で
heart
何かが
broke
張り
at
裂け
that
そう
moment.
そして
Then a voice
私の
whispered in
耳
my
にようこ
ear,
そ
Welcome
支配
to the
劇
theater
場
of
へ
domination.
ともしあなたが私を助けなかったら
If
私
you
は
didn't
苦しま
save
ずに
me,
済んだし
I wouldn't have had to
両
suffer
親だ
all
って
this,
もっといい
and
暮
my
らしができ
parents
たは
would
ず
have
だ
had
と
better
だん
lives.
だんとしばらくして
Long after
またあな
that,
たのこと
I
を
heard about
耳
you
にした
again. You stopped the bomb and saved the city, which made my
都市を
suffering
丸ごとあ
continue.
なたが良かれと思ってしたことが
You
私
yourself,
により多くの苦しみを与え
self-righteous heroic
た
act brought me nothing but more
pain.
The violence of humanity is far more horrible than disasters. This world isn't worth saving from the beginning. If living is more painful than death, why did you save me? If the future is darker than the present, why did you ask me to look into the light? If you think you're a hero, then why did you save those bastards who tortured my parents and ruined their lives? Finally, I found the answer here. See, everyone in this theater is like this. No, everyone in this world is like this. Blind, impulsive, selfish, sad, unaware of what they want or should do. Everyone's just a pathetic actor, a dumb puppet. I want to thank you for throwing me on the stage of despair, just to let me know that I'm just like them. I'm also a despicable, ugly human. Now, you can't fool me. You're the Herrscher of dominance, not a human. You amplify the negative emotions in these people and lure them into darkness. You're just a puppet that poorly imitates the human mind, which is much more complicated than you think. And that girl, your host, is definitely not that weak. Whatever. It seems you still don't know what you've gotten into. Come. I have many more stories to tell you. I saved that child, but ended up putting her in a worse situation. My effort brought nothing but more pain.
And suddenly, Kiana's greatest positive achievement since becoming the Herrscher of the Void has been turned negative. Huzzah! Var wunderlich!
He caught up with me again. As a reward, I can answer one question for you. Just one. Your host, that girl, is she still alive? What a lame question. But I'll answer it because we are more honest than humans. I am still alive, but being ostracized by others and the resentment from my parents has been gnawing my heart. Living feels worse than death. It's all your fault. You saved those bastards. They didn't deserve to live. You should have let that bomb blow them up. I wouldn't do that. Even if you put me in this situation again, I still would choose to stop that disaster. And you are no better than them. You're their accomplice. They impose their pain of losing their loved ones on the survivors. This is the evil part of the human heart. But you also said they comforted and supported one another, trying to get out of the shadow together. This is the goodness of the human heart. Good and evil coexist in everyone's heart. It's not a reason for me to give up saving them. What is this? You're trying to defend yourself, aren't you? Oh, right. Because you yourself are the biggest evil. We've talked too much about me. Let's talk about you. What should I call you? Kiana? Just Subject 423? Or Sirin, Herrscher of the Void? So your real target is... Bingo! You should have noticed that we can visit people who have the potential to become part of us. But she was so badly suppressed by you. We couldn't get the string on you to invite her to our theater. So we decided, no matter the cost, we gotta pull you into our theater. Each one of us is weak, but if we gather our strengths, we can definitely find your weak point. We don't care about your little traps and tricks, or the fact that you tried to blow up our theater. Because we've already won from the moment we entered this theater. Come, let's choose a good location. It's time to give the show a wrap. Was this all in the Herrscher's plan? No wonder they didn't mind their deaths. Oh, there are more puppets. You're confused and upset, aren't you? I know it's on your mind, and I know it's useless. The puppets are just puppets. You've never met the real Herrscher of Dominance. That makes sense, because who was the first person to whisper, join the theater? This place is great, and a good view of the best show. Though it's already the last scene. Oh, the actors can't wait. Your real purpose is to stir Sirin's mind and wake up the Herrscher of the Void again. Yes, everyone must think the crisis is over, right? They can't wait to get back to their normal lives, huh? A still has doubts about the whole thing, but they had to announce the crisis has been lifted under public pressure. So at the moment like this, if we make a comeback with the Herrscher of the Void, guess what the humans will do to AE then? I remember Wealth has always been insisting Kizlana can control her power. I won't let that happen. But that was our old plan. During this operation, we noticed a bonus. Kiana, you might be more qualified to be one of us than Sirin. Come. The trial of yours has begun.
You know, Sirin would probably, like, agree with you. Kiana will never, like, go into the kill everyone mode. Silence! They're all alive again. The trial for admission of new members is now on. State your name. I know. Her name is Kiana Kizlana. No, she's not Kiana. Poor little girl, she doesn't even have a name. But don't worry. Everyone here is like you. We're all losers like you. Don't judge me by your standards. Who are you to look down on us? We are puppets, and what are you? A clone with a core installed. Oh my goodness, you're not human! You're not! Silence! Newcomer, confess your crime! I know! You cost a man named Siegfried everything! He lost his daughter to save you, and raised you in spite of the pain you brought him. But you cut off his arm. I didn't know that part. Unless she's talking about Sirin. Did Siegfried lose his arm in Second Eruption? Yet he called him dad shamelessly. I'll have to check that. I don't remember that. You control yourself, but you refuse to be locked up. You made all your friends homeless. Much like how I remember the things in HI3. I remember, like, the main events. I remember a lot of the character relationships and everything. I remember a lot of the big moments, but, like, every minutia, I sure don't. You always talk about fight for all that is beautiful in the world, yet you killed your teacher. Sirin did. You hurt your best friend. She was the reason she had to go to such a dangerous place. I wouldn't put that on Kiana. Kiana might, but you've done so many so-called heroic acts, but there are fewer and fewer friends around you, and the world is getting worse. That one's just actively wrong. Like, that one's just wrong. Kiana's friends have only increased. Like, even if you count May not being by her side anymore as, like, losing May, she went from being alone to having May and Bronya, to having May, Bronya, Teresa, and Himiko, to having Bronya, Teresa, Himiko, not Himiko, Fuhua, Sela, Welt, Tesla, Einstein. Like, she's only increased. You are evil and sinful, and the good thing you've done can't make up for your evil deeds at all. We know.
Your inner voice, your true thoughts, your deepest despair and pain. We know them all. You know the taste of pain better than any of us, and you are the most suitable host in this world. See yourself clearly and face reality. Bang! I've had enough of your crap. Time to wrap up this ridiculous trial. You can't confuse me. I won't give in or give up hope. Alas, we even played the memory of the second Hersher for you. You didn't feel anything. Don't you feel ashamed? I knew it was you. Sorry to let you down, but it didn't work on me. I'm surrounded by people who trust me and support me. They've helped me know right from wrong. If you're trying to mess with my mind with that, you're making a fool of yourself. Trust you? Support you? I think you indulge you and harbor you, right? You knew you were a Hersher of the Void, the greatest threat to humanity, yet they risk their lives to keep you alive and protect you. But they have no right to do so. When Cecilia and Himiko were saving Sirin and you, have they thought about the rest of the world? Have they thought that the countless people would have to live in fear because of you? Yes. Now they chose you, a bomb that could explode at any moment, an incurable sinner over millions of innocent lives.
They knew what they were doing. But both of them, especially Himiko. But I'm gonna put Cecilia aside. I'm gonna put Sirin aside. Himiko was willing to do this for Kiana because Kiana wasn't to blame. It wasn't Kiana doing it. Cecilia also just saw like this tortured kid and like said, hey, if something maybe loved this and gave it the affection that, you know, kids need, things wouldn't be as bad. But Himiko, like, yeah, Himiko knew that there were people out there that would be afraid of her and all this. But it wasn't Kiana's fault. So why wouldn't she save this person important to her? And you call this know right from wrong? How selfish. It's just hypocrite sick narcissism. Enough. You're mad. You don't want me to touch your friends? I wonder if this has happened before Arc City. If this would be different. Because that was Kiana at her lowest. And maybe, I don't even know that it would have been. But it's possible that she would have given it at this point. But now? No, absolutely she won't. Don't get us wrong. We know you've been through a lot. So no matter what we say, you won't change your mind. And not only does Kiana have a support network of people that love and care for her, they very clearly care about her and not her power. Like, she doesn't have to worry that they're using her for the power of the Hersher of the Void. Because if they just wanted power, it would make more sense to kill her. Because then they wouldn't have to worry about, like, is this power stable? Is this gonna happen? Like, because, like, Welt, if there's no other Hershers in the world, Welt's the strongest thing in the world. Why would they want this risk if it was just for power? Also, a bunch of them knew her before and treated her like that before anyway, but... I guess wrong, we know you've been through a lot, so no matter what we say, you won't change your mind. But we also know you still have regrets and a hole in your heart. We know everything about you, your innermost thoughts, and the heavy cross you bear. You know it's impossible for a mortal to survive in the imaginary space, but you keep lying to yourself. You know that besides Aiden, Shixel and the World Serpent have also been searching for the Gem of Haste, but nothing's been found. Deep down, you already know the truth, but you refuse to admit it. You lie to yourself and say, I will bring you back. What? See, we haven't even said who it is yet. You yourself obviously know very well. She is the frailest part of your heart, a wound that can never heal. You'd give anything to go back to that day and save her life, but you never can.
Even though you say you won't waver, but when the truth's right in front of you, can you still pretend not to see? When that moment comes, will you still believe those pretty words you say? You can't do it, no! Because you've chosen a path of hypocrisy that is boring as hell, a path of stupidity with no end. Time for the climax of the show. Prepare for the exhilarating twist. We can't wait to see the look on your face. When your hopes shatter and turn into despair. Come, let us see. What was it? How was it? Familiar, no? Do you remember who had it? Do you know why it's... Oh, they have the Gem of Haste. The Gem of Haste. Yes, answer me loud. Murata Himeko is long dead. Yay! I do wonder if, since the gems came from Sirin, if Kiana gets all the gems, will something happen? But obviously, like, the Gem of Desire is currently with Kevin, May has Conquest, and this is Haste. But yeah, no, I wonder if that'll do something, if it'll trigger something. But alright, I'm tired, and this is definitely going to be just as long. So that will be it for today. Tomorrow we will be back with Zenma Zone Zero. Doing probably Rina and Nekomata's quests. Wednesday we will be off for stuff that I have to do, but I will be popping into Cinda's stuff for her birthday, because we love Cinda. And then Friday will be World's End Club. I'm excited for that terrible game. But yeah, we'll be back next week with more of this. Thank you all for coming, and I hope to see you all again in the future. Bye-bye now!